Ready to go.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Had a little technical difficulty on my part, so we can begin. This is the meeting of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Today is Wednesday, April 7th. And I will tell you that I am Senator Susan DeChambeau, and I represent the towns of Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Arundel, Kennebunkport, and Biddeford. I will have the members introduce themselves, beginning with Representative Co-Chair, Representative Charlotte Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the city of Hollowell and the towns of Manchester and West Gardner.
I did get a call from Senator Seaway. He is testifying. He'll be popping in a couple of times today. So from that, I will recognize Representative Pickett.
Good morning. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116, up to the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Fuller.
Thank you. Representative Costain.
Good morning, Dan Costain, representative for District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna.
Okay. I thought I had everything. I don't have my earplug. I will get some. So I will recognize Representative Shelley Renicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield. And once again, I'm here under protest because we misrepresented to the Maine people at the budget hearing last week. And we adjourned, sign, die, and that means we were done our work. And apparently we're not. Thank you.
Yes, and Representative Lookner, please.
Morning, I'm Grayson Lookner, District 37, which is Portland, the neighborhoods of Rosemont, Strawwater, Libbytown, and Nason's Corner.
Thank you, Representative Lookner. Representative Dan Newman.
Good morning. I'm Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
Thank you. And Representative Pluker.
Thank you very much. I am Bill Pluker. I come from House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
Thank you, Representative Pluker. I will also recognize our policy analyst, Jane Overton, is with us. And our committee clerk, Deb Fahey, is with us. Thank you. Okay. Okay. So I will begin by advising you there's been an adjustment to our schedule.
Senator, I have a problem with your audio on this end. Can everyone else hear her?
Yeah. Okay.
Is there a problem? Or can everyone else hear her?
She's very quiet.
It's a little bit muffled. Maybe her microphone is in her shirt or something.
No. Can you hear me? Am I muffled?
It's very soft.
Let me try something else, and I apologize for this delay.
That's better. Whatever you did.
Okay, is that good?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. All right, there'll be an adjustment to our schedule today. The first one we will be reviewing is, I'm trying to think now. This afternoon, we will be doing LD 963, the first one, and LD 1040 will be the second one we do. Representative Warren, is 8:52, yes. This morning I received a call and the representative sponsor of 8:52 will be going first, followed by 797. After that is 829, 1078. And for this morning, the last one we'll be doing is 893. So I will just begin with a few instructions. For those of you who are new, I will tell you that this meeting is currently being live streamed on the YouTube channel. That means that anyone who's a participant in the meeting via Zoom can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. The Zoom meeting waiting area to testify cannot be seen or heard until they are called upon to speak. Before each bill is presented, I will ask the public to raise your hand and our clerk will bring you into the participant room. This meeting will be recorded and available to view on the committee's YouTube channel. You will be given 3 minutes. We have a 3-minute clock. And so again, I will begin with LD 852, resolve to review public safety around school buses and school bus stops. And that is Representative Wiseman. You with us, Representative Wiseman?
Well, can you hear me? That's
Yes.
the first question.
Oh, I
Good.
can. Okay.
So I should be here visually with you on my computer and by phone for audio because the audio connection is terrible. So I'm here twice, kind of. So shall I continue, Senator? You ready for me?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Yes. Well, thank you, Senator Deschambault and Representative Warren, Chairman of the Criminal Justice and Safety Committee, and other esteemed members. It's quite an honor to be here this morning. I've served with Senator Deschambault on state and local government last year, and she was fun to have on a committee because she had a good sense about it. It's wonderful to have. I'm here today to talk about LD 852, which is a resolve to review public safety around school buses and school bus stops. And what I'm hoping to do is to talk about that in a little more depth than what it seems to appear on the surface. On the surface, it looks like we're just talking about when a school bus stops and what the issues are around the public safety. For example, I have a couple stories from my past here I'd like to share with you. One happened recently when I was coming up to Augusta. I was on the road and two cars were coming quite quickly along the road, and the school bus had its red lights on, and they were both in such a hurry they went right past the school bus. There are laws which govern violation of the flashing red lights, but we don't know to the extent how often that happens and whether the enforcement of fines and enforcing the law is really being reported as much as it happens. The second happened when I was young myself, and I was getting off the school bus with my brother, and the flashing red lights were on and all that, and screaming down from the other direction was a police car with their siren on, and my brother didn't see that police car come in, and neither did the school bus driver, but he was probably 6 inches from being run over by the police car, and it brings some questions about what takes precedence: a police car with his lights on, or a school bus with a young kid crossing. So those things are what prompted the first part of this. Secondly, I do want to start, because this has really to do with public safety. And I do want to mention that in the years that I've been a parent, I've had 8 children come through the public school system, and have found that riding a school bus, that environment has changed over the years. When I was young, taking a school bus, it was like fun. You go see your friends and you get ready for the day, and you're happily off to school. These days, it's totally different than that. What you're dealing with is a school bus environment that has changed drastically to the point where I believe putting all the pressure on school bus drivers to deal with some of the issues that go on inside a bus, not only is it distracting to the driver, but it is causing what I call a public safety issue. I'm going to go in those briefly as part of this testimony and tell you a little bit about what goes on in these buses after having 8 kids go through the system.
Representative Wiseman, could you,
yes,
first of all, though, address what it is that you find is going to resolve that? And we can hear those stories, but what is the bill about? Okay.
The bill, okay, so I was just getting into Senator. Thank you so much. What you find on school buses these days is it's a bastion for drug sales. You have conditions where in the past that you had just regular kids on the bus. Now you have behaviorally impaired, special ed students, kids with mental health issues and other behavioral types of issues. There's bullying going on in the buses. And there's a stigma of riding a school bus now that kids just don't want to ride on a school bus. And I would like this resolved to study those types of issues and make a report back to your committee about what they find are clearly the issues going on in school buses that are creating not only a public policy for the school bus drivers issue, but also for the kids in the bus. So that's it concisely, Senator. Okay. I can explain more to you about it, but I would love to have you expand this resolve to have a study done for all those types of issues and see how things can be different, perhaps, and report back to you on that. So that's my piece of this. I'd be glad to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions for Representative Wiseman? Representative Pluker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Wiseman, do you feel like this is more an analysis that one would do looking more at educational policy within or how the school buses are run within the school buses, or more looking at the laws, traffic laws around school buses?
The answer is probably yes for both. It's a little bit of education, but it's also about making sure the drivers of the buses are not being distracted to the point where it creates a public safety issue. I'm not sure if that's quite answering your question, but that's where I'm at on that.
A follow-up, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So I guess the question more precisely, would you see this more as being work being done by the Department of Education or more work being done by the Department of Public Safety?
I think there's a shared responsibility there, Representative.
Okay.
More than likely, I think the Department of Education has a primary piece of this, but I don't think they are qualified to come up with some recommendations for enforcement of driving issues around that. They're both involved.
Thank you.
Any other questions? So Representative Wiseman, I do see you diverging in 2 different areas. One, public safety because of the cars speeding by. That's one thing. And that does sound public, Department of Public Safety issues. The other one is what's happening inside the school bus. And some of those, as you explained, difficulties of what's going on in the bus. So that would be more with the Department of Education. I don't want to presume to know what Representative Pluka was going on, but that was a good question. It seems like two different areas you want to focus on.
Well, if you as a committee feel that maybe it's more appropriate for education, I'm not sure, but I think you could refer this bill over to them.
Okay.
And I'll be glad to address.
Yeah, we'll consider that, sure, in a work session. Anyone else have any questions? I don't know who's down there. Is there someone on the phone that wishes to ask a question? No? Okay, that's okay, Mr. Reisman, that's it. No other questions for Mr. Reisman? Thank you. I will ask if there is anyone who is in support of this bill. If you are one of the attendees, please raise your hand and we'll bring you over.
I see one person and I'll bring
Okay.
her over.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Miss Grace Levitt?
Yes.
Yes. Please, you wish to testify in support?
Yes, thank you very much, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Grace Levitt. I'm a Spanish teacher on leave from Greeley High School. I'm serving as president of the Maine Education Association. We represent nearly 24,000 members, faculty and staff in our pre-K-12 public schools, including many bus drivers, as well as faculty and staff in our institutions of higher education and dedicated retired educators as well. I am speaking on behalf of our members in support of LD 852. MEA has supported legislation in the past that was aimed at improving the safety regarding transporting our students to and from schools. Even though there are continual efforts to make this safer, there are still reports of incidents, you've just heard of a few, that are concerning at best and alarming at worst. We can all agree, I'm sure, that the safety of our children needs to be the absolute top priority for all of us. LD 852 is in calling for a study of the most recent incidents will hopefully result in a report that will not only provide up-to-date information on the extent of the problem, but could also suggest additional ways to keep our students even safer when they're waiting for the school bus in the morning or when they're arriving home at the end of the day. And of course, while riding on our buses. Careful review of this issue leading to possible improvements to be proposed in the next regular session of the 130th legislature is the least we can do to be sure we're all doing our best to keep our students safe. They are depending on us. And so we urge your support of LD 852. I did submit written testimony as well, and there's a couple of links of news articles if that's of any help for information, but I think you heard from the sponsor of the bill some of the concerns around the traffic issues, the public safety issues, and certainly this may also need some come up with some ideas if this goes forward that would improve safety on the buses as well as around our buses while our kids are getting on and off. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And thank you for the work you're doing. And I'm certainly glad to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Levitt? I see Senator Seaway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. Thank you for bringing this information forward from your perspective and your group and the education group. I was a deputy sheriff for 25 years and a school resource officer and DARE officer. And so I had quite a bit of experience with school bus issues. And one week in particular came to mind. I had a school board member pass a school bus in a ditch around with a handicap gate open, and they were loading the handicapped child in, and he felt above the law on it. The print.
Did your question,
Yeah,
Senator
yes,
Seaway?
yes. I'm just trying to get to what it is.
Thank you.
and also I had the principal get involved and tried to keep him from getting charged. And also then the principal did it that week too.
Oh.
So I know that you're gonna have these reviews and whatever, and I don't know what the answer is, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. And what do you think, how this should be handled in those particular situations?
Well, I know there are consequences, and yet I know that people get distracted driving in the morning, especially, probably more so than in the afternoon. I'll admit, I've worried myself when I'm distracted in my thinking, not by anything with the phone or anything. It's, I don't do that at all. That, I'm concerned. Did I just lose myself in thought as I'm driving? We need to be paying better attention as drivers. All of us do all the time. But certainly when we know that school buses are out and about. I would add that during this pandemic, with some of the districts having to minimize the number of students on buses for safety because of COVID, that there are more bus runs. And so they are at different times of day than perhaps usual. And so I have not seen news articles. I looked to see if anything was recent, but my concern is that because the news is filled with everything about the pandemic, is that not getting the attention it should? So I thought this was a timely bill to be sure we're keeping up with news information about incidents regarding school bus safety and finding ways to keep addressing it better and better. It is absolutely a concern, and we need to keep kids safe. And the incidents that you mentioned are really quite alarming. And so, right, we all have to be doing what we can. So thank you for the many years that you've done in your work.
Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Levitt, for being here this morning and testifying. The question I have is, does the school department have rules for how the students are supposed to behave while riding on the bus?
I do believe that schools have policies and rules and do what they can to be sure students are behaving well on our buses and in our schools. I would never want to be a bus driver myself. As Representative Reisman mentioned, it's really difficult to be watching on the, what's going on your bus while you're also driving a bus. And so it's really just being sure that there are proper rules in place and there are ways to be sure that they're being followed so that everybody's being kept safe.
Okay, and the bus driver in many cases is the one who has to enforce the rules. And I think in some schools, they even sometimes have somebody ride on the bus along with the bus driver to see to it if they're having a problem on a certain bus or something, to take care of that. And the reason I asked that question is the other side of the coin, the getting on and off the bus, the safety of people driving on the road and that kind of thing like that. There are laws in place right now that deal with those issues, passing a stop school bus with red flashing lights and things of that nature. And I'm just trying to dig down and see if there really needs to be a study done on these incidents that are happening, or if those incidents become an issue either on the bus or in an area, if people make the authorities available, whether it be the school administration themselves on a certain bus, or whether it be the law enforcement in that area, so that they can be more involved and they can be more visible as far as the police go in that time of the day. And then if the school takes, and if they do have certain rules and stuff on the bus and they're violated, if the student is held to task for that, do you think that might help to solve the problem that we're having?
I would hope it would, but as far as having up-to-date information about what the incidents are, if it's in a particular area more than others, or particular types of incidents, and perhaps there are some additional ways to improve upon preventing those things from happening. That's what I would think might come out of a study such as this.
Right, and the communication is, you're exactly right, the communication. And so if a bus driver has a area where they're having issues with vehicles and that kind of stuff and communicating to the authorities on that, there again lies the opportunity for the police to be more visible in that area. Just some suggestions, that's all, but I appreciate you testifying this morning. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levitt. I don't see anyone else have their hand up. Representative Pickett, your hand is still up. Okay, thank you. Anyone else have any questions? Is there anybody else who's in support of this that would like to present?
I see no hands.
Okay. Anyone in opposition to this proposal, this bill? Please raise your hand and we'll have you come in and testify.
Again, no hands in the waiting room.
Thank you. Anyone wishing to testify either for nor against?
A hand just went up.
Okay, thank you.
Just a couple seconds.
Okay. Yes, I see Bruce Scott, right? Mr.
Yes,
Scott, would you please identify yourself and tell us if you're speaking for or against or neither for and against? Thank you.
Yes, good morning, Madam Chair. My name is Lieutenant Bruce Scott. I'm with the Maine State Police, and I'm testifying neither for nor against.
Thank you. You may proceed. Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Lieutenant Bruce Scott. I'm the commanding officer of the State Police Traffic Safety Unit. And I'm here to testify on behalf of the Department of Public Safety and the Maine State Police, neither for nor against LD 852. Although I can tell you after hearing more about it, we may be able to help solve some of the problems that were just discussed. As this bill summary indicates, the resolve directs the Department of Public Safety to study recent incidents involving school buses and school bus stops. It directs the department to report on its findings to the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety by December 1st of 2021. It also directs the Joint Standing, let me check on that. What this resolve doesn't really include for us is the expectations and the goals of the study, the type of incidents that should be studied, the information that should be examined, and what would be reported back, and what was an incident. So after listening to some of the previous testimony and the support for the bill and also for the sponsor, it appears as though, passing a stop school bus and then it morphs into bullying and stigma and how could things be different. I'd like to point out that the Transportation Committee did a study under the 129th. They formed a subcommittee and they had stakeholders that addressed these very issues that would deal with the traffic safety portion of this. And as a result of that study, several laws were changed under Title 29A. So under Section 2308, they increased the fine. They also allowed under 2417A for the video evidence to be used, which was never allowed prior to this. So video evidence obtained for passing a stop school bus can now be used for an investigation. They also added the allowance for school buses to have alternating flashing headlights, which was prohibited in the past. They allowed for an extended stop arm, which allowed the stop arm to extend 3 feet more than what it currently or what it did prior to that study. And they also had mandated a longer arm for stopping or guiding children around that bus. They call it a crossing arm. What I would say is the Department of Public Safety does not employ traffic engineers, analysts, surveyors, and other support staff necessary to conduct the type of in-depth analysis that some studies would require. And without knowing more of the details, I'm not sure that we could provide an adequate policy decision at this point. But I wanted to make sure that the committee was aware that at least part of this work has been done through the Transportation Committee. Several laws were put in effect as a result of it. And last year, while we recognized there were fewer bus trips with students on board, was probably one of the safest years in the last 10 years. There were less than half of the number of crashes with school buses last year. It was around 67, and typically it's over 100. So I would like to think that it's starting to work, but last year was an odd year with COVID, and I don't want to start shouting victory yet. On behalf of the Department of Public Safety and the Maine State Police, I do thank you for your time and would be happy to try to answer any questions that you might have at this time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. I think that was helpful. I'm glad someone from Public Safety was here today. Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Scott? Seeing none. Oh, I didn't say, oh, sorry. I did see you. And I have Representative Pluker followed by Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today, Lieutenant Scott. How often does the Department of Public Safety conduct a study or a review of incidents of the sort that is being asked for in the bill?
Thank you, Representative. We don't. The Department of Public Safety really doesn't employ the type of people that it would require to do an analysis. What we do look at annually is our stats, and we work with the Department of Education, the Maine Association of People Transportation, at trying to determine if the laws that we currently have are adequate. So it's not an in-depth study and an analysis on how to fix all of these problems, but it certainly does at least take a look at and monitor the number of crashes and incidents we're having, and then make recommendations to our lawmakers if there's a way to try to fix it through statute.
Thank you, appreciate it.
You're welcome, sir.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Lieutenant Scott. Could you get us a copy of the report from the study done in the 129th around school bus incidents, et cetera?
Representative Warren, I can certainly try. I'll reach out to Sam Prower and see if that's something that he has a copy of. But I was part of the subcommittee, which is why I have the familiarity with the results, what was done. So I think I can find something for you, yes.
That would be great. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? I was going to ask also of our policy analysts, I'd like to know the LD of that 129 study. Thank you.
Okay.
I don't see anyone else. Thank you. So apparently I've asked those in favor, those in opposition, and we've had the lieutenant speak on either for or against. Seeing no other hands raised for this, I will call the hearing on LD 858, oh wait a minute, 852 to a close. Thank you. I will now turn the meeting over to my co-chair, Representative Warren. And we will begin with LD 797.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome. Please deliver your testimony on LD 797, an act to create a registry to improve access to automated external defibrillators.
Thank you. Okay, a command performance. And my testimony will explain this again. Representative Warren and honorable, the emphasis on honorable, members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Senator DeChambeau, and I represent again Alfred, Arundel, Biddeford, Dayton, Kennebunk, and Lyman. I'm here today to present LD 797, an act to create a registry to improve access to automated external defibrillators. I refer to it obviously as AED. As some of you may know, I submitted a bill similar to this during the 129th legislature. It passed in the House and the Senate with the goal of providing AEDs in all pharmacies in Maine. However, after some communication with the governor's office, I was concerned that the bill could be vetoed. We decided to carry over the bill to a special session, but it ended up dying when session ended early due to COVID-19. I myself had problems with the bill, and there was a lot of opposition that it was focusing on pharmacies. The bill I present to you today is the new and improved version. It has a much smaller fiscal note. By the way, there's no fiscal note. It's something that the Department of Public Safety said that they can manage within their own budget. And more specifically, the mandate, LD 797 would create a registry of AEDs that are publicly accessible so lay people and emergency responders alike can find out where these AEDs are located in an emergency. The Department of Public Safety would be responsible for maintaining this registry. Sam Hurley, the director of the Maine Emergency Medical Services for the Department of Public Safety, is unable to be with us today due to a prior commitment, but he will be available at the work session to answer questions. The idea for this bill came from a constituent of mine who unfortunately lost her husband to cardiac arrest while he was in a pharmacy. She believes that if they had had an AED in that particular pharmacy, in his moment of crisis, he might still be alive today. LD 797 has a simple purpose, but it could have a major impact on Mainers' safety. Please join me in supporting LD 797. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Any questions for Senator DeChambeau? Yes, Senator Searway.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Senator, so this registry, well, I'm just trying to understand it. The registry would allow them so that you would know where they were and where they're not, right? So that maybe somebody could fill that gap. Is that what my understanding is?
Yes, I'm going to hold off being very specific until Mr. Hurley, the director, can explain, since he is very familiar and we are very lucky to have him in the state of Maine. There was no one else that could come close to having that kind of knowledge. I will give you an example, and there is testimony from a few fire chiefs, one of them in Bar Harbor, where they do have access to a registry. And this is very brief. This would be also great for vacationers, people who come in the state of Maine who aren't familiar and who carries an AED around. So for example, you could be in Portland, Maine, and your partner, friend collapses on the sidewalk. The first thing you do is call 911. They will call for the ambulance, and what is currently being done is they will provide you with information to do CPR. What this registry does, and this is where Mr. Hurley can be more specific on how it operates, but the dispatchers have access to information where the nearest AED is where you have a crisis. So while you're waiting for the ambulance, they could also tell you that 2 stores down or inside Hannaford, right next door to you, that there's an AED. So that can be also utilized while you're waiting for the ambulance. So that's what's known as the registry. Dispatches would be able to, offer another layer to save a life. So it doesn't incur any money. It's already there. Again, Mr. Hurley will explain how this works with the dispatches, obviously. So I hope that gives you an understanding. Frankly, I'm not going to overstate this. This is the most improved thing. I'm glad that one little bill has created something that's not costing anybody any money. So I hope that gives you a little overview.
Thank you.
That was great. I have a much better understanding as well, Senator. Thank you. Anyone else have questions for Senator DeChambeau? Seeing none, I'll now take testimony in support of LD 797. If you are an attendee, please raise your hand and Ms. Fay will bring you over.
I see a couple hands going up, so give us a few seconds.
Thank you. Wonderful. Ms. Graham, welcome.
Hello, Representative Warren and Senator DeChambeau and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Rebecca Graham, and I'm here to testify in support of LD 797 on behalf of Maine Municipal Association and at the direction of our 70-member Legislative Policy Committee. Municipal officials support creating a centralized location where you can find all of this information readily available, recognizing that there are a number of private entities within communities that keep these devices that they might otherwise not be aware of. So they do believe that it will also assist public safety who are responding if they have that information readily at hand. Additionally, they support the ability that's implied in the bill to seek grants for a program that might provide these devices in communities that otherwise wouldn't have the capacity to either pursue a grant or to be able to retain these or obtain these items. Also, officials recognize that this is a large lift for the department, as many devices are located in those private areas. So in the spirit of that support, municipal officials and MMA are happy to work with Maine EMS to identify gaps in available equipment and provide information. Sorry, I'm being pulled into another committee at the same time, on municipally owned devices where possible.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Graham? Seeing none, we'll let you head off to your other committee. Thank you for being here. Next up, I see Ms. Dragg here to testify in support.
Thank you so much. Thank you,
Senator Baldacci. I was in criminal justice at the same time.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Thank you, Representative Warren and Senator DeChambeau and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Allison Perrin-Dragg, and I am the Government Relations Director for the American Heart Association, who's the nation's oldest and largest voluntary organization dedicated to fighting heart disease and stroke. We are testifying in support of LD 797 because we believe it will help prevent death from sudden cardiac arrest. Sudden cardiac arrest occurs when the heart's electrical system abruptly malfunctions and the heart suddenly stops beating normally. Sudden cardiac arrest is often confused with a heart attack, which typically happens when a blocked artery prevents blood from reaching the heart's muscles. To survive sudden cardiac arrest, they must receive immediate CPR to increase the blood flow to the heart and brain, along with an electrical shock from a defibrillator to stop the abnormal heart rhythm. For every minute without life-saving CPR and defibrillation, chances of survival decrease by 7 to 10%. The AED is a simple-to-use device about the size of a laptop computer that is used to shock the heart of a person suffering from sudden cardiac arrest to return the heart to a normal rhythm. AEDs can be found today in a variety of public settings. Used by both trained and lay emergency responders, the AED is attached to the victim and delivers an electrical shock when it detects a dangerous heart rhythm. Communities with AED programs, which include comprehensive CPR and AED trainings, have achieved survival rates of 40% or higher for cardiac arrest victims. Lay responders play a crucial role in achieving high survival rates, and more AEDs and CPR training for these individuals are needed to provide life-saving treatment. This legislation looks to make early and rapid defibrillation available by ensuring that the public can readily access nearby automatic external defibrillators in the event of an emergency. This registry will allow available AEDs to be easily identified on a publicly available web-based platform. Critically, it has the potential to integrate the registry into the current 911 dispatch system. We know that many times when a person suffers sudden cardiac arrest, a bystander is the first to jump in and begin CPR and use an AED. The AED should be available for anyone who needs it. LD 797 can increase public access to these life-saving devices and can result in increased out-of-hospital survival rate within the state of Maine. We feel strongly that it's critical to connect 911 callers to this existing resource in our community. This legislation will empower the Department of Public Safety to build a statewide registry and integrate it within the 911 system so that when anyone calls 911, the telecommunicators are able to tell the caller where the closest AD is located. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Drag. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Up next, I see Mr. Hinckley here to provide testimony in support.
That's correct. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Brody Hinckley, the Director of Emergency Communications Bureau of the Department of Public Safety, and appear before you today to support LD 797. When a person calls 911 due to a cardiac arrest event, dispatchers provide EMD, which walks the caller through the CPR process. Time is of the utmost importance when it comes to delivering CPR to a person in cardiac arrest. Maine's EMD program has had a significant impact on instructing callers to start CPR right away. The only improvement that we can make is the use of an external defibrillator. We currently instruct the caller if there is an AED available, send someone to get it now and tell them when you have it. We would then provide them instructions on how to use the AED. If the dispatcher had the registry, they would tell the caller where the AED was and send somebody to get it, saving crucial time. This has the potential to save lives as bystanders may not know that there is an AED available in their vicinity. Thank you for your time. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hinckley. Any questions? Yes, Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Hinckley. Does the state require that AEDs kept in, private businesses stay up to date? I had a situation come up when I was working as an EMT in Arizona one time where we had to defibrillate a guy who collapsed in a YMCA, and their defibrillator, I believe, was out of date. It ended up working, but I don't know, does the state do any kind of inspection around that sort of thing?
I'm not familiar with that. There might be, but I'm not familiar if there is one or not.
Yeah.
Because they do, the pads and everything does expire at certain times, so.
Yeah.
Yep.
Other questions for Mr. Hinckley? Senator DeChambeau?
If I may?
You may, yes, you may.
I'm sorry. I could probably do this afterwards, but that's a question really, and that Mr. Hurley would be able to answer. There's a history there. So, and not to upstart Mr. Hinckley, but Mr. Hurley really explained that to me, and that's a very good question, so we can ask him in the work session. Thank you.
Good point. Great, thank you. Any other questions for Mr. Hinckley? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hinckley, for being here. I also have Ms. Kraus, but maybe for another bill. Okay, let's move on to anyone here to provide testimony in opposition to LD 797. Please raise your hand.
No hands are going up in the attendees room.
Thank you. We'll now move on to neither for nor against.
Seeing no hands.
Okay, and just one more check. Have we taken all testimony for this particular bill, 797? Looks like we have, yes, Representative Pickett.
Yes, Madam Chair, thank you. In light of the fact that we've gone through this and gone through it in detail and the importance of this bill, and I have read Sam Hurley's testimony, which I have in front of me here, which is very good testimony, which is in great support of this as well. All the work that's gone in it and gone into it, and the knowledge of the external defibrillator and how it does play a very important role in saving people's lives. I will make a motion. I don't know if it'll be seconded, but I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules and go into an immediate work session for the purpose of voting on the bill.
I'll second that motion.
So we have a motion to suspend the rules and go into immediate work session made by Representative Pickett, seconded by Representative Rudnicki. Discussion on the motion on the floor. I'll defer and ask the sponsor. Senator DeChambeau, are you in favor of us going into work session on your bill?
Yes, I do.
Great. As a procedural motion, we can just do it by a raise of hands. Jane, is that true? Or should we call the roll for the procedural?
I don't have any instructions for you, sorry.
Okay. Let's just do, yes, Representative Rudnicki, did you have a question?
Nope, I was just raising my hand.
Okay, great, thank you. Let's just do, it's a procedural. So is everybody in favor of going into work session on this bill? If you are, please raise your hand. Looks like it's unanimous. Yes, it is unanimous. Thank you. So we are now in work session on LD 797. Do I have a motion? Representative Pickett.
Yes, I represent. Yeah, right. I make a motion that we ought to pass on LD 797, an act to create a registry to improve access to automated external defibrillators.
I'll second it.
Great, thank you. Any discussion on the motion? Okay, we'll now have Deb call the roll.
First, I need to clarify who's the second.
Postain.
Cameras on, please, and unmute for a roll call vote. Representative Warren.
Yes.
Representative Morales.
Yes.
Representative Reckett is absent. Representative Sharp is absent. Representative Lookner.
Yes.
Representative Pickett.
Yes.
Representative Costain.
Yes.
Representative Rudnicki.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Pluker.
Yes.
Senator Lawrence is absent. Senator Searway.
Yes.
Senator DeChambeau.
Yes.
That's a unanimous vote with 10 yes and 3 absent.
Wonderful, thank you. Congratulations, Senator. So moving on, next up is our very own, and I'll hand back over to Senator DeChambeau, but next up is Representative Pickett's LD 829, an act to promote highway safety by restricting the use of marijuana and possession of an open marijuana container in a motor vehicle. Welcome, Representative.
I'll turn this over. Whoops. Could you turn your mic? Thank you. I'll turn this over to Representative Pickett. You are correct, but I must say I did not know Representative Pickett was going to suspend the rules and pass this. I want to compliment him since he was the reason why this is very improved from the pharmacy. There was some opposition about the original bill. So talk about bipartisanship work, it worked. So thank you very much, Representative Pickett. That's probably the last time I'll thank you, but that's okay. Go ahead. Representative Pickett, thank you.
Yes, I was going to thank you for that warm welcome until the end. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's my privilege today to be in committee to present this bill. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am State Representative Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116 in Oxford County. I'm here today to introduce LD 829, an act to promote highway safety by restricting the use of marijuana and possession of an open marijuana container in a motor vehicle. I brought this legislation forward at the request of Representative Patrick Corey, who presented a very similar bill, LD 141, to this committee in the 129th legislature. That bill was given a public hearing on February 6, 2019, at which time 5 people testified, including the bill sponsor. 3 were in support of the bill sponsor, Pat Moody, Manager of Public Affairs for AAA Northern New England, and Penny Morrill, the State Director of Concerned Women of America, and 2 spoke neither for nor against the bill. Lawrence Stewart, Director of the State Highway Safety Office on behalf of the Maine Department of Public Safety, and Rebecca Graham on behalf of the Maine Municipal Association. LD 141 was carried over to the second session of the 129th legislature on May 23rd, 2019. A work session was held on January 22nd, 2020, in which a motion of ought to pass as amended was made and seconded. The vote taken was 10-2, resulting in a divided report. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, in March of 2020, LD 141 on May 17, 2020 was once again approved for a carryover to for a second time. On November 16, 2020, unfortunately, LD 141 died in possession of the House upon conclusion of the 129th legislature and was placed in the legislative dead files. This bill, LD 829, Title 29A MRSA subsection 2122, establishes as a traffic infraction for which a fine of $100 must be adjudged for consuming marijuana or a marijuana product or possessing an open marijuana or marijuana product container in the passenger area of a motor vehicle. In other words, simply put, the operator of a motor vehicle on a public highway is in violation of this section if the operator or a passenger in the passenger area of the motor vehicle consumes marijuana or a marijuana product and possesses it in an open container or a marijuana product container. Current statute, Title 29A, subsection 2112-A, open container, drinking in a vehicle prohibited, addresses open container laws of alcohol. LD 829 as written will address open container law for marijuana. This bill takes the provisions making consuming alcohol or having an open container of alcohol in the passenger area of a motor vehicle a traffic infraction and mirrors those statutes for marijuana. I believe that the passage of this bill would be one more way that we can strive toward making our highways safer, just as the open container drinking in a vehicle prohibited legislation has proven to be since its enactment. Thank you for your consideration of the bill, and I'd be glad to answer any questions at this time.
Yeah, any members? You still have Representative Pickett? Okay. Okay. Anybody wish to speak in support or have any questions right now of Representative Pickett? Oh, Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Pickett. So does the passenger area, that's pretty much anywhere in the section of the vehicle that's not the trunk. Is that fair, or is that just like the front seat?
The passenger area would be, as I understand it, the passenger area would be where someone is sitting and they have uninhibited.
Representative Pickett, can you unmute?
Yes. I think I'm on now. Yes, thank you for the question, Representative Luckner. The passenger area of the vehicle, I believe, is an area, and a person sitting in that passenger area that either is in possession or has an actual container. That would be an area where they have immediate access to the marijuana or the container. So if you were in the front seat of a car and you were the driver or a passenger and they were in the front seat, that would include that area there. If it was somebody sitting in the back seat of a car traveling and they had it, it would include the area. It's immediate. It's being an immediate area and having immediate access to it.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
Yeah, are you all set? Mr. Luckner, thank you. Senator Searway?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Pickett, I just got a clarity question on the passenger and driver. I know in the seatbelt law, we had a problem with the driver wasn't included on properly seatbelted in. So I want to make sure if the driver is included in that besides passenger.
Yes, because it says in the.
Your mic's not on. Yeah.
Thank you for the question, Senator Searway. Yes, in the bill, it says under violation, the operator of a motor vehicle on a public way is in violation of this section if the operator or a passenger in the passenger area of the motor vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Representative Morales?
Thank you. Can you all hear me? And my internet is really bad today.
Yep, very good.
Okay, great. Can you see me too?
Yep.
Oh, good. Okay. Wondering about the enforcement of this, Representative Pickett, because I imagine this probably would be spotted once someone is pulled over for something else. Could you talk about that and sort of the different scenarios that you see for this particular bill and how law enforcement would utilize it?
Thank you for the question, Representative Morales. I would say that law enforcement will address this the same way they would any other day in, day out there on the highway. If they were to see a violation of law or a defect on a motor vehicle or some reason of safety to pull a motor vehicle over, to speak with the operator of the vehicle, and they were to walk up to the car and observe the marijuana, whether it's in a container or the possession of it, that they would deal with it just like they would an open container of alcohol if it happened to be alcohol. But as far as them targeting vehicles or anything like that to go and stop them for this, I don't see that as being a problem because, quite frankly, I think law enforcement has a lot more things to do than to specifically target people and stop them for anything.
Thank you very much. And can I have a follow-up, Senator?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. So if I'm understanding it, could be just because with liquid being in an open container, it likely couldn't be like in a bag where you can't see it. So I can understand how that would be more visible with liquid alcohol that's open. Would this bill allow officers to ask to look into bags or things like that?
I do not see where it would prohibit that to happen, but it would certainly not mean that the person operating the vehicle or the passenger for that matter would have any obligation to allow them to do that if it's not able to be seen.
I'm not sure I understand that. So you're saying it wouldn't allow an officer, if it's not able to be seen, to ask to look into bags?
No, I mean, if you're talking about this particular law, if there was not marijuana visible, whether it be whichever way, whether it be in a container or whether open marijuana in possession, actually possession of the driver at that time, or the passenger at that time, there'd be nothing. An officer, if he had a reason to ask to look in some other part of the car, like a glove box or something like that, that's up to him. He can make that. He can ask for that. But this law will not give an officer a right to turn around and go in and get into glove boxes. You take the trunk of a car or anything like that. This is simply something that's observed, and if it's observed, it's dealt with. And that's how the law is meant to be, just like with the open container law.
Okay, I think I understand that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? Mr. Pickett, would you? Thank you. We're getting feedback if we're all in the same room, so that's why. Anyone else in this room wish to ask a question of Representative Pickett? Seeing none, I will now ask if there is anyone in the attendee room who wishes to offer testimony in support of this LD.
I see Lauren Stewart and Pat Moody. There'll be a delay
Okay.
of a few seconds as I bring them
Thank
over.
you. Okay. Lauren Stewart, you are here. Thank you. You wish to speak in support of this bill?
Yes. Good
Okay.
morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Lauren Stewart, and I am the Director of the State Highway Safety Office. I'm here today to testify on behalf of the Maine Department of Public Safety in support of LD 829, an act to promote highway safety by restricting the use of marijuana and possession of an open marijuana container in a vehicle. In January of 2017, the Highway Safety Subcommittee on the Marijuana Legalization Act recommended that an open container law be enacted that would ensure that all forms of marijuana transported should be in a sealed container with identifying information on the container. The subcommittee also recommended implementation of a traffic infraction against the consumption of marijuana in any form while operating a motor vehicle. Current statute addresses open container laws for alcohol, as Representative Pickett said, and this bill as written will address open container law for marijuana. It is important for us to note that as written, this bill is only enforceable on a public way. Therefore, our question is, would it be legal to consume marijuana or possess an open container of marijuana in a vehicle driving through private properties, such as malls, parking lots, hospitals, or private communities and private roads? We respectfully suggest, from a highway safety perspective, that it is better to have the law apply anywhere and that the same issue be addressed in the existing open container alcohol statute. On behalf of the Department of Public Safety and the Bureau of Highway Safety, I thank you for your time, and I would be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Stewart. Any questions for Ms. Stewart? Representative Morales?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Stewart. I was wondering if you could provide the committee with data on open containers for alcohol, how many violations we have of that a year?
I could certainly try to find that out for you.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you.
Any other questions of Ms. Stewart? Seeing none, thank you, Ms. Stewart, for your testimony.
Thank you.
I will now recognize Pat Moody.
Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Pat Moody, resident of Wyndham, and I'm the Manager of Public Affairs and Government Relations for AAA Northern New England, which, as many of you probably know, is an auto club and membership organization. We have over 1 million members in Maine, New Hampshire, and Vermont. And we actively advocate for public policy that makes our state a safer place to live, work, and raise our families. And we're here today in support of LD 829. Driving is a complex task that requires attention, awareness, and good judgment, coordination, and experience. Any substance that impairs the driver's ability to do any of these creates an unacceptable and potentially deadly risk. I'm going to read you a quick piece of the How to Drive textbook, the AAA textbook that many of the driving schools use in the state of Maine. Studies show that marijuana users commit more driving errors and are arrested more often for traffic violations than non-users. More specifically, research suggests that marijuana's greatest impact may be on a driver's ability to recognize and respond to dangerous situations. The drug also slows reaction time, impairs short-term memory, affects the driver's ability to maintain lane position and process information. Marijuana's impact on driving may be the highest for new drivers who also are new users or new users that are also new drivers. These people are unaccustomed to the drug's effects and at the same time inexperienced at handling the challenges of driving. By combining drugs and driving, they sharply increase their risk of a collision. Some states and jurisdictions allow the use of marijuana for certain health purposes, such as relieving nausea from chemotherapy. In these cases, users typically are required to hold an authorization of medical marijuana card. However, having medical authorization to use marijuana does not mean it's safe to do so and drive. Anyone behind the wheel can be charged with impaired driving after consuming any drug that affects his or her abilities, whether medically permitted, prescribed, or otherwise. AAA is concerned that the legalization of marijuana is a threat to safety on Maine's roads. We know that there's a growing body of research by AAA and other organizations that identify that states that legalize recreational marijuana experience an increase in fatal crashes where marijuana was recently used. AAA supports LD 829 as the bill seeks to address safety as it's related to marijuana impaired driving. State marijuana open container laws are meant to mirror similar language on alcohol, and it's clear that Representative Pickett carefully modeled the language of this bill after Maine's alcohol open container law. Marijuana open container laws make it illegal to possess marijuana in the passenger area of the vehicle if it's open, a container with a broken seal, or if there's evidence of consumption. While the goal is to prohibit consuming edibles or smoking while driving, the standard for when marijuana is deemed open can be unclear due to the lack of federal regulations on packaging and labeling of marijuana akin to alcohol products. There is no model language for state open container laws. However, states have laws that do have laws or are considering laws include common components, and that is listed there on my testimony. You can see those common components. So AAA is urging states to enact legislation specifically prohibiting the use or consumption of marijuana or other cannabis products by drivers, or passengers of vehicle. In states where these products are legal for therapeutic or recreational use, AAA supports laws to facilitate their safe transportation and supports reasonable prohibition on open containers of these substances in the vehicle. I appreciate the opportunity to testify before you today, and there's also a chart at the bottom of my testimony that'll give you an idea on some of the background and basically the state of the states in terms of what states have open container laws. Thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. Any questions of Mr. Moody? Of AAA? No? Seeing none, again, thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in support? I will then go to anyone who wishes to speak in opposition of this bill.
I see one hand up.
Okay, thank you.
There's actually four.
Okay. I saw Susan Meehan first, and then David Witten, Alicia Melnick, Samantha Brown. I hope I remember that. So Susan Meehan, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Susan Meehan from Sweden, Maine and Oxford County. I moved to Maine in 2013 to access the best medical marijuana program in the country to treat my late daughter, Cindy May. Cindy May is a legacy, a champion of patient access in several states. Together, we fought for safe and affordable access, for patient rights to use their non-combustible medicine in hospitals and schools, for patient rights to possess and process their medicine in the safety of their own homes, and many other key legislative points. In my daughter's honor, I am a medical marijuana caregiver who delivers medicine to pediatric patients across Maine. I'm also secretary of the Maine Cannabis Coalition and a founding member of Maine Children for Cannabis Therapy. I am mother of 4 now adult children, including my late daughter, Cindy May. We all live in Maine. Being the daughter of a city police officer, I have always been an advocate for public safety, and I have never, not even one time, driven after consumption of alcohol, for example. I remember my dad's description of some of the worst accidents he had ever witnessed as a police officer, and I never wanted to be the subject of those horror stories, nor did I ever want my kids to be. This bill would result in a medical marijuana patient or a parent of a pediatric patient not being allowed to bring their medicine anywhere once they opened it. Many vehicles do not have an area that is even locked away from the passenger area, such as a trunk if it's a minivan, an SUV, or a truck. In 2015, while a family member drove my daughter and I on I-95 passing through the Lewiston-Auburn area, my daughter Cindy May had a seizure. Her THC rescue formulation, a tincture that was nasally or buccally administered, was administered by me, their parent and caregiver, in the car. When the state police stopped behind our pulled over car, the officer witnessed the end of the seizure and asked what was in the syringe still in my hand and at the ready for a second dose if needed. Cindy May used a THC-based rescue tincture that was rubbed into her gum line between her bottom lip and her teeth. It was administered at the very onset of any seizure. As it should be, because Cindy May was a certified patient and I was her mom, there was no legal issue. The officer was impressed and surprised by how Cindy May's seizure resolved and made sure that we were all set and everyone continued safely on their way. It is not unusual for a person to have a seizure or an acute anxiety attack, an acute pain from a chronic condition, or even an asthma attack for which marijuana is recommended. I believe we at least need an exemption for medical patients. I understand that this is not the legislative committee that typically hears about medical marijuana, but there are so many emergency uses, from nasal sprays, under the tongue tinctures, inhaled aerosols, vape pens, etc. Many of these methods are used in acute situations such as seizures, panic attacks, PTSD episodes, pain from migraine, or other ailments. Just as a patient may use an asthma inhaler in a moving vehicle, so too might a patient in an acute need for their marijuana-based medication. This bill will do little to nothing to improve overall highway safety, but it will harm some of our most sensitive patients. In the state of Maine, it is already illegal to smoke marijuana in a moving vehicle or to operate a vehicle under the influence, both in medical statutes, Title 22, Chapter 558C, or in adult use statutes, Title 28. This law is unnecessary as measures already exist to provide for public safety in this regard. I respectfully oppose this bill, and I thank you for your time and attention to protecting Maine's most vulnerable citizens and all Maine citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Meehan. That's very good testimony. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any questions for Ms. Meehan? Seeing none, I will go to the next person that I saw come in, David Whitten, excuse me, David Whitten.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
There I am. Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair and the members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is David Whitten. I'm a medical marijuana caregiver, have been so for many, many years here in the state of Maine. And today I'd like to speak in opposition to this. Although I'm not against public safety, but as Susan spoke earlier about the laws that are already in place, I think that I also, run a dispensary, and so there's a lot of things that I could see that there's missing in this. There's no clear definition here of what constitutes an open container. I can do some examples, which poses questions as to what. You're leaving it up to law enforcement to decide what's open container and what's not. I mean, right here we have a package. This is one of our bags of cannabis. Now, does it constitute that when we open this bag and tear this little seal here, the tamper evidence seal, does that make it so that, sorry?
Mr. Whitten, we usually don't show any
Oh, I'm
props or
sorry.
anything,
I'm
but I
sorry.
think we can imagine that, but that's,
Okay,
you
I
can
will
go
do
with
that. I apologize.
No, go right
I'm just
ahead.
trying to show examples of, you know, like a vape cartridge, okay? So you've got a vape cartridge, if somebody gets it, it's in a child protective box. We put it in an exit bag, which is got a safety thing closure on the top that you have to push, depress and pull aside.
Yeah.
And so say that they use their pen and they put it in their exit bag, which is a child safety lock on top. But the cartridge was actually out of the package. I mean, because not all dispensaries and where people are going to buy their medical cannabis or adult cannabis, well, adult is going to be covered. The packaging could be anything from a baggie to a hard plastic container with a tamper evidence seal and a child lock top like we have. So I'm sorry, I'm just trying to decipher. There's no clear definition, and I'm running out of time. And my other question, we have a limo bus, and I park it at the different events that go on, like the main cannabis show that's up in Augusta, or the conventions. And it provides a safe place. It has charcoal and carbon air filters installed in it. There's a sealed compartment for the driver. The driver does not consume cannabis, but the passengers, just like in a limousine, there's an exclusion for people to use alcohol in the back because they're in a divided space. And so I'm wondering, how does this pertain to people? Because cannabis tourism is going to come to Maine eventually. And how does that, there's no clear definition of open container. And what about situations that constitute having a limousine or a limo bus where measures are being taken to provide a safe traffic, on the roads? I think that that's even better than, allowing it in a limousine. Just like alcohol, you're reducing the amount of people who are using it in their vehicle and driving. You know what I mean? So I know I'm out of time. I appreciate it. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Very good. Any questions for Mr. Whitten? Seeing none. Again, this is all very good information. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
No. You showed a little bit. That's okay.
I mean, I honestly didn't. Sorry.
No problem. Alicia Melnick, please. Hi.
Hi there. Good morning. I apologize. I am on the go this morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Great. I'll be really brief. I am Alicia Melnick. I'm an attorney at Bernstein Scher. I'm an appointed member of the Marijuana Advisory Commission, and I work with the Maine Craft Cannabis Association, and I'm here in opposition of LD 829. I think, Susan Meehan's testimony pointed out a lot of the concerns that patients and loved ones of patients have about this bill. The chance for patients to not have their medicine on them is really concerning, and again, not really understanding how that would increase public safety. Certainly, no one is advocating for impaired driving. We have laws on the books that already prohibit and punish impaired driving. And again, nobody that is coming in front of you in opposition to this bill would advocate for those laws to be changed. But this would allow for over policing, as some have pointed out, in ways that are concerning for those vulnerable populations. And also, there doesn't seem to be any knowing requirement. So if I pick up a friend and they have their medicine, or they're an adult and they have their legally possessed cannabis in their pocket, I could be cited for that without having any knowledge whatsoever that that person was even possessing cannabis. So with no evidence of use requirement, no evidence of intoxication requirement, no evidence of knowledge requirement, it's hard to understand how the regular people would understand even that this law existed or how to follow it without questioning every person in their car repeatedly about whether they had any cannabis in them and then putting that in the trunk. As was also pointed out, there's many people who cultivate their own cannabis, either for personal adult use or for medicine, and a sealed container is just not practical. So there's just been not the same analogies to some of the alcohol open container laws that we have in the books. Certainly, I'm sitting outside of a pharmacy actually right now. People pick up their medications that are highly intoxicating, whether it's over-the-counter cold medication or much more serious medications like opioids, and they are trusted to responsibly travel with those medications and not use them and become impaired and keep people at risk. We think the same is true for cannabis, which again has no lethal dose. I really appreciate your time today, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Melnick. Any questions for Ms. Melnick? Seeing none, again, thank you. I now have Samantha Brown.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good morning, members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Samantha Brown from South Berwick. I testify in opposition to LD 829. I'm a parent of a 9-year-old daughter with a severe seizure condition. I'm a co-founder of Maine Children for Cannabis Therapy, a group founded upon children whose health benefit from cannabis medicine like my daughter. During our early diagnosis, we used rescue medicines. These were tinctures that were given to stop a seizure. Granted, we haven't needed these rescues in years, we still carry them. These tinctures are stored with us in a rescue kit that also has rescue pharmaceuticals, much more dangerous, intoxicating, and deadly than cannabis is. This kit goes everywhere my child goes. Without rescue medicines in time of need, we would be headed to the hospital, a place we gravely try to stay out of. She also takes daily tinctures, in which we do travel with. This would be considered a marijuana product, thus making myself or anyone transporting her guilty. I know we are not alone in this issue, as over the years, I have heard many epileptic patients needing a dose of cannabis tincture or inhalation to prevent a seizure as they feel one come on. I will also speak on behalf of others who use cannabis as medicine and need to use rescue for other conditions. Therapeutic dosages does not necessarily correlate with intoxication. Patients building up a tolerance generally end up requiring higher doses to gain a high, but not necessarily to treat their condition. As for myself, I grow my own cannabis. I do not package it as per sealed container. This would make myself and every single home cannabis grower guilty when traveling with cannabis. I conclude that this bill is creating criminals out of medical patients and everyday innocent individuals, and I would highly encourage and ought not to pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Anyone have any questions for Ms. Brown? Again, thank you, Ms. Brown. I now have Arlie Kraus, I think. You wish to speak in opposition?
Good morning. Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Greetings, Senator DeChambeau and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Arlie Kraus. I'm a registered cannabis caregiver, farmer, and business owner in Warren, Maine. I'm a founding member of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association. I'm a member of the Seed to Health Learning Health Alliance, and I'm the chair of the Adult and Medical Marijuana Committee for the Town of Warren. I'm testifying today in opposition to LD 829. If marijuana is to be kept out of the passenger area of a vehicle, then it makes sense for all prescription medications, over-the-counter cold medications, natural supplements, allergy medications to be included. Of course, this is completely absurd for multiple reasons, one of which being that 66% of the nation's population requires prescription medications for medical conditions, and that we live in a state with the highest population of people over the age of 65. Grandma and grandpa can't have their heart, blood pressure medications, or an asthma inhaler at an arm's length. Is this really the direction that we are going in? For what? To give law enforcement more to do? They are already overburdened and need their focus to be on real safety concerns, such as distracted driving from cell phone use, which I see on a regular basis every single day. I've been driven off the road by people like this consistently where I live in an extremely rural area. Quite scary. And I believe that should be the target, not citizens traveling safely with their cannabis. LD 829 appears to maintain the status quo of prejudice towards marijuana users and may be racially and socioeconomically motivated. I respectfully ask to see data and precedent which would demand marijuana users be targeted in this way. There's no public safety risk from vehicle passengers consuming their prescriptions, over-the-counter medications, and non-combustible cannabis in edible and tincture form, etc. And there is no risk to public safety for the same medications to be stored in the passenger area of a vehicle. I ask you to oppose LD 829. Just speaking to carrying medications for children, I have a child who has severe debilitating migraines, has had them since a toddler. I also carry a rescue kit with me, but my child only responds to sumatriptan. And so I have to carry an injectable with me at all times. And that is always on my person because I never know when that's going to occur for him. So I think that this needs to be reevaluated in terms of drugs in a whole. And I do believe that marijuana needs to be, this tide needs to turn with how people are being viewed who are marijuana users, because it's outdated, extremely outdated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Kraus. Any questions of Ms. Kraus? Seeing none, again, thank you.
Senator, I see another hand up in the room, Mark
Yes.
Barnett.
Yep, if they wish to speak in opposition, send them on in.
Coming over now, we'll find out.
Thank you.
Hi there.
Mark Barnett?
Yes,
Yes, you wish to speak in opposition? Go right ahead.
I do. Thank you. And I was just jumping off the taxation committee, so I'm sorry to be rushing in at the end here. But my name is Mark Barnett. I'm a registered caregiver. I own a retail caregiver store in Portland. I live in Auburn, and I am the executive chair of the Maine Craft Cannabis Association. And we saw this bill last session. I don't think it made its way all through the works, but we opposed this bill last session, and we oppose this bill again, and we hope that the committee will vote ought not to pass. I did come in at the end of my colleague's testimony, referring to, sort of old school attitudes about cannabis users and about the lack of a similar framework for much more powerful drugs in terms of intoxication, in terms of danger to people while driving, and so on and so forth. So I don't want to necessarily dwell on that quite so much. She did bring up a really good point, however, which is that even though we are a state with a fairly small non-white population, the rates for incarceration of essentially all of those groups, and in particularly Black individuals, is, and with incarceration in particular with Black individuals, I think is something like 3 to 4 times higher than it is their share of the population. So, and I hope that I don't have to explain to this committee that institutional racism and bias still exist in Maine, and they still exist definitely in our police force. And so there are implications of making policy like this that do have a racial component, even if the source of the concern is not based there, because police officers already arrest people for being Black when in a situation when they may not have arrested a white person. And again, not to dive too far down that rabbit hole, but you're simply adding another reason to pull somebody over on suspicion, another reason to not quite trust where this person's coming from. Oh, and I found drugs, even if that person's a medical patient, or even though it's totally legal in the state of Maine. Now we have another reason to suspect that this person is a ne'er-do-well, not just the color of their skin, which the two will amplify one another and so on. And, again, on this committee, I hope you're quite conversant with those issues, but I just wanted to make sure that that was highlighted again. The last thing I wanted to say on this, and my apologies for not having my prepared remarks in front of me, but when we put a petition out to the main cannabis industry and people who come into our stores, and at the time that included my coffee store, so not a marijuana store, we got over 500 signatures in direct opposition to this measure. And that was, I believe, and Arlie may have a better number, but I believe we did that in 2 weeks. So now I'm extrapolating here, but I would imagine that if we spread that out over a larger population, that we would also find a similar level of disapproval for this policy, because again, it is reflective of a drug riddled people kind of attitude towards people who utilize cannabis, which if you look at the 100,000.
Mr. Barnett, could you wrap it up? We're over the 3 minute, okay?
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you. I'm saying if you look at the over 100,000 people who use an under Maine's medical program, you will find that most of those people do not fit that mold. So it's important to have that forward-looking framework rather than a backwards-looking framework that's just going to lead to more unnecessary policing. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone have any questions of Mr. Barnett? Seeing none, again, thank you, Mr. Barnett.
Thanks for your time.
Representative Lookner, did you?
No,
have
I was
your
just
hand up?
waving at Mark, sorry.
Okay, thank you. I have anyone else, I should say, in opposition? I don't believe so. Anyone wishing to testify neither for nor against?
I see no hands in the attendees room.
Okay, thank you. Therefore, we have gone through this bill. I believe we have concluded this, and I would say that this is, I would close the hearing on LD 829 is closed. Thank you. The next bill we have before us is LD 1078. This is Senator Breen here. This is an act to promote traffic safety in emergency situations.
I don't see Senator Breen in the waiting room.
Okay, I'll put that aside. Representative Warren, you've not heard anything about Senator Breen? No.
I'm not, I have not, excuse me.
Okay.
Ms. Fay, when you get a chance, could you reach out to the AFA clerk and just let her know that we're ready for the senator?
Certainly.
Thank you. We could move on to 893.
Yep. LD 893, that's an act to enable motor vehicle technicians to safely disable I never say that right, breath analyzer, isn't that analyzer? Starter devices. I know what that is, but, and I am looking for Representative Hutchins. Is Representative Hutchins with us today?
I don't see Representative Hutchins either.
We shall move. Anyone here? Okay, no. Which leads us to the end of this morning. I would give Senator Breen a little leeway right now. I think we all know how much work the AFA committee is doing right now.
I'm texting the senator right now.
Thank you.
Deb, any luck with Marianne? Do you know if they're meeting right now?
Yeah, she went to tell her that we're ready for her bill.
Oh, great. Thank you. I've also sent her a message. Thank you.
And Senator Breen is here.
Wonderful. Oops, did we lose Senator DeChambeau? There she is. Hi, Senator Breen.
Good morning, everybody. I apologize for making you wait.
No,
No, you're perfect.
You've got your roller skates on today. Going back and forth. Thank you, Senator Breen, for showing up. So I will just announce to the members and people listening in, we are going to hear LD 1078, the title of which is an act to promote traffic safety in emergency situations, presented by Senator Breen. Welcome again.
Thank you very, very much. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Kathy Breen. I represent Maine District 25, Senate District 25, which includes the communities of Chebeague Island, Cumberland, Falmouth, Gray, Long Island, Yarmouth, and about half of the city of Westbrook. And I'm here to introduce LD 1078, an act to promote traffic safety in emergency situations. This bill was brought to me by a police chief in my Senate district. This simple change in statute could help small police departments like his, and happens to be mine as well, by allowing trained traffic flaggers to serve their communities as non-sworn police officers. Under current law, only a trained public safety traffic flagger has authority to direct traffic in an accident, emergency, or disaster. And this person must be a municipal firefighter authorized by the fire chief or a member of a licensed emergency medical service authorized by its chief official. This bill proposes that a police department may use trained flaggers from a fire department or an EMS to direct traffic in an emergency, bringing them under the authority of the police chief as non-sworn officers. So in addition to a fire chief or an EMS chief who could direct these folks a police chief would also be able to direct these folks. In many cases, trained flaggers have retained the skills required to direct traffic, but can't meet the physical standards for fire departments or EMS. This bill allows police departments in Maine to take on these units or these particular volunteers if the fire department or the EMS no longer wants to manage them, which is the case in the town we're talking about. Small police departments in Maine are experiencing the same struggles to retain staff as other industries throughout the state, and allowing these trained professionals to manage traffic during emergencies represents a win-win. Folks with the skills to manage traffic would be able to serve their communities and continue to contribute to public safety, while members of understaffed police departments with limited resources could focus on the incident at the moment, the emergency. So I hope you'll support LD 1078 to help our police officers focus on their work, while some trained volunteers would work on traffic management during those emergencies. And I would be happy to take any questions. And I'll also say that there were volunteers who came to me actually before I talked to the chief about it. You're going to hear from him in a minute. But it was really the volunteers who said, you know, we are not really able to be volunteer firefighters anymore, but we still have a lot to contribute in emergency situations. And we'd like to be able to do this work under the police chief's authority. So it was a combination of the volunteers themselves coming forward, as well as Chief Kilbride, who you will hear from in a few minutes. So I'll stop talking now and see if anyone has any questions.
Thank you. Yes, we do have a question. I will recognize Senator Sayaway, followed by Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Senator Breen, I just had a question. Has there been other states or anybody doing this right now? I just asking that question.
I don't know. But I could we could certainly find out for your work.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Thank you. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Senator Breen. Can you hear me all right, guys?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, great. I was wondering, so I had a case a while back when I worked for the DOT around private flagging companies, which exist throughout the state. One of them is called Project Flagging. They do a lot of the DOT work. As I hear you explaining the bill, I don't think that you're meaning to have flaggers that are paid and contracted out to become law enforcement under this bill, but rather have volunteer firefighters who do the flagging aspect for a police emergency, and then can have the police chief or whoever's on call on the site be the one to direct them for the police emergency. Is that right?
That's correct. We're not talking about contracting for any professional flagging services. We're talking about volunteers who've been trained either through EMS or through the fire department for traffic management. And then they could also be helpful in incidents where it's the police who are in charge.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Senator Breen, I have a question. I'm reading this. Currently, the law states public safety traffic flagger, and it describes, defines who that is. And I'm taken by the word licensed by the Department of Public Safety. And your new language says for law enforcement, it would be a non-sworn member of an agency who is trained. So I don't understand why one is licensed, and I don't know what is meant by licensed, what they have to do to be licensed as opposed to be trained. Have you been able to look into that?
Not at this point, but I would be happy to do that. And also, I suspect that Chief Kilbride might have a little bit more information about
Yes.
that. But
Thank
if
you.
he doesn't, we can certainly get that straightened out for the work session.
Yep, thank you. Yes, the difference between fire departments and police departments. So thank you. Representative Morales, your hand is still up. Just a friendly reminder. Okay. Anyone else have a question? Seeing none, I will ask if there are any attendees who would wish to speak in support of this LD. I believe the fire chair.
Raise your hand.
Yeah. Please raise your hand and we'll let you in.
I am not seeing anyone.
Senator Breen, is the chief here or?
I believe he was going to be in attendance.
Okay.
He was aware of the schedule, but.
Okay, did he
would think-
submit written testimony that you know?
I would think at a minimum, he would have written
Yes.
testimony.
Yep, our policy analyst says he does. So we'll make sure we take a look at that. Could I have his name again?
Yes, sure. He's Chief John Kilbride, Kilbride, and he's the police chief in Falmouth.
Thank you. All right. I see a hand up. Representative Newman has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I just wanted to, since the fire chief isn't here, I think I can answer one of your questions when you're talking about the licensed medical service licensed by the department. I think you'll find that's an EMT or paramedic because they carry a license. They have to be licensed by the department. So I think it's just referring to that personnel, their license. Being on the fire department, I know that they carry a license, and I think they're licensed by the Department of Public Safety.
I'll recognize our policy analyst, Ms. Orbiton.
Yeah, thank you, Senator DeChambeau. I think the reference there to licensure is to the emergency medical service itself, not to the personnel, but it's to the emergency medical service.
Yes. Then if that's so, it's poorly written in the statute. You can read that whole sentence to mean all of those people, a municipal firefighter or a volunteer firefighter. So, all right, that might answer it, but that's fine. I'll look into that a little bit. Thank you. Any other people, anyone else wish to speak in support? Seeing none in the attendees room, I will ask if anyone is in opposition to this bill. I don't believe so.
No hands up.
Anyone wishing to offer testimony neither for nor against? Seeing none, I will rule that this LD 1040, this public hearing is closed. Ms. Orbiton, do we have a date? I forgot to ask for work sessions.
Yes, all of these bills heard today will be worked next Wednesday at 1 p.m.
So that's the 14th. Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. And thank you, Senator Breen.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you to the committee.
Has anybody heard from, we'll take a break right now for lunch.
I got one more to go before this afternoon.
Hutchins not here? No. So we will break for lunch. It is now noontime, 1 o'clock. Sounds like a great time to come back.
Senator?
Yes. Oh,
In case there are folks here for Representative Hutchins' bill, we should let them know that is it your plan that we will take this up this afternoon?
yes, if we can locate him and get any more information, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So we will close this and come back at 1 p.m. Thank you very much.
Her explanation. I understand why.
Is everybody shut off?
Somebody's got their,
I got my muted.
Representative Warren,
Yes.
and, I see Senator Shambo now. I'll change her name.
I'm still.
There's a couple people in the
Thank you.
attendees room with their hands up, so I think we'll need to go through the process of how this works for their benefit.
Great suggestion. We'll do that. Thank you.
For a public hearing, yes, yeah.
Charlotte, is that your camp as well, just from the other direction?
That is exactly it. Big Spencer and Little Spencer. Hold on, I'll get out of the way.
Oh,
That's me sitting on the dock reading. Me and Tissue.
nice.
Richard probably knows that view because he stays at Lily Bay.
It's supposed to be 70 this weekend. Be a nice place to be.
I know, right? Amazing. Are you guys open? Is Sawyer's? Oh, you stay open year round, right?
No, we opened April 1st, April
Oh.
Fool's Day.
Oh, perfect. I'll have
Yeah.
to swing in when I come by.
Yeah, we've been really, really busy.
I bet. Nice.
Was it in this meeting or I was in judiciary when a lady was testifying and all of a sudden you heard a doorbell? Did you hear that one? She says, "Excuse me, it's my dog who's ringing the doorbell. He wants to go out."
Oh my goodness.
I thought that was great.
That is great. Tissue and Tank are not that smart.
Well, they would have to get on top of each other.
They would.
A lot of people train their dog with a bell at the door.
Right.
So they just hit the bell.
Exactly.
This guy was ringing the doorbell. Everybody laughed.
That's wonderful.
Huh?
My dog has play dates. The next door neighbor's dog, because I run my business out of my home, I have a stairway alarm, so when you come up the steps, it sets the alarm off. Well, the neighbor's dog knows that.
Oh.
He comes down, he comes up the steps and waits at the door, and we have cameras so we can tell if somebody drove in. Nobody drives in, we know, okay, Toby's here. Go out, our dog runs out, sees him, and then they go out the back door to play. My kids didn't have play dates at my house, but my dog does.
Okay. Are we almost 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7? We are all here. Good. Well,
Does anyone else have the chat feature today? Because I don't have it.
We disabled the chat at the chair's request. It was becoming a bit of a distraction.
Okay.
It was
Who else? Who's the second person here under Representative Rudnicki's name?
I just turned myself off. That's why I'm sorry. And someone's going to change my name.
I will do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. This is the afternoon session of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Senator Susan DeChambeau, and I represent a district of Dayton, Lyman, Alfred, Arundel, Kennebunk-Port, and Biddeford. And I'll have the other members introduce themselves. My co-chair, Representative Charlotte Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the city of Hollowell and the towns of West Gardner and Manchester. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Dick Pickett. I represent House District 116, the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru.
Thank you. And Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dickmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corunna.
Thank you. Representative Morales?
Did you say Morales, Madam Chair? I'm sorry, I didn't.
Yes, I did. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victoria Morales, and I represent House District 33 in South Portland.
Thank you. Senator Seaway, you are muted. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Senator Scott Seaway and represent District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you. Representative Pluker.
Hey, I'm Bill Pluker. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Representative Rudnicki.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield, and I am still here under protest because we misrepresented to the Maine people last week. Thank you.
Thank you. And Representative Lookner.
Afternoon, I'm Grayson Lookner, represent part of Portland in District 37. It's the neighborhoods of Strawwater, Libby Town, Rosemont, Nason's Corner.
Thank you. And we are also joined with our policy analyst, Jane Orbiton. There she is. And also our committee clerk, Deborah Fay, is here also. As I stated, this is our afternoon session, and I think there are a number of people that have not testified before, so I'd like to take a moment to help them understand the process we go through. First of all, good afternoon, and the committee is assembled electronically today for the purposes of inviting the public to comment on legislation. It's also being currently live streamed on the committee's YouTube channel. This means that anyone who is a participant, and participants are the panelists here in the meeting via Zoom, can be seen and also heard if their microphone is unmuted. Zoom meeting and waiting to testify, people who are waiting to testify cannot be seen or heard until they are called to speak, at which point after testimony is given, if I ask if you wish to speak in support, please raise your hand and we will bring you in. So I believe that gives an overview. I also want you to know how we proceed. The sponsor of the bill will give their testimony. I will then ask if any committee members wish to ask the sponsor a question. I will then ask if there are any legislators or co-sponsors of the bill who wish to testify. We will then go to the public. Those, it will be in this order, those who wish to testify in support, followed by those who wish to testify in opposition, or neither for nor against. We have a 3-minute clock for testimony, which we will remind you if you go over. And I believe that's it right now. If I have left anything out, Representative Warren will help me on that. I think we're okay. Great. So the first one, and I did announce that it would be out of order. So the first one is LD 963, an act to create culturally sensitive treatment and recovery halfway houses for immigrants transitioning out of the juvenile justice system. And that is sponsored by Representative Brooks of Lewiston. Representative, oh, there you are. Hello, Representative Brooks. Nice
Hello.
seeing you. So I will turn it over to you and we will gladly listen to your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Deschambault and Representative Warren, and good afternoon, and esteemed members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Heidi Brooks, and I represent House District 61, which is part of Lewiston. I am here to introduce LD 963, an act to create culturally sensitive treatment and recovery halfway homes houses for immigrants transitioning out of the juvenile justice system. We are facing a tremendous crisis in our community. Youth involved in the criminal justice system are having difficulty getting the help they need for necessary treatment of mental health issues and substance use disorders. Our immigrant youth are particularly vulnerable. Their families may be unfamiliar with the juvenile justice system. There are situations where their family is hesitant to have the children return home without additional treatment. This could lead to homelessness and being pressured into further illegal activity. We need transitional housing with resources for treatment of underlying health conditions. This bill also calls for connecting residents with resources for education and job opportunities. Children experiencing mental health or substance use disorders deserve access to these critical services. They could have a proven model of treatment and recovery, as this bill proposes, or they could fall deeper into the institutional and criminal path that they currently face. We all need to feel like we belong. Being connected to family and our community is essential. It is challenging for our children who are considered new Mainers, even if they were born in the United States, and also challenging for their families. Language barriers and cultural differences put them in difficult positions where they are unfamiliar with how medical treatment can transform the lives of children in a positive direction. Incarceration without appropriate treatment and reintegration services often leave children, relatives, and their support systems devastated. On top of this crisis is the fact that our society has structural racism. We know that Black, Indigenous people of color face discrimination and mass incarceration at rates higher than people who are considered white. Nonviolent offenses among new Mainers can lead to lifelong suffering for the children and their families. We have a responsibility as a state and nation to treat everyone with respect and dignity. We are supposed to be a state that leads. Dirigo. Children need access to medical treatment and a path forward out of the criminal justice system. We are not serving our community without transitional treatment-based opportunities. Members of our new Mainer community will give a much better account of what they have been experiencing. Some of their experiences have been truly heartbreaking. We need to do better. And I received a statement that I'd like to read with wide support from the new Mainer and other members of the community. Let me read the statement. New Mainers immigrated from many countries in Africa and Asia to make Maine their home more than 2 decades ago. The transition and adaptation of the life in Maine was not an easy experience. The newcomers faced many challenges, including adapting to the snow and the cold weather in Maine. Over the years, new Mainers immigrants learned the language, attended adult education classes, and started paying taxes and contributing to Maine's economy by replacing workforce losses due to the retirement of baby boomers. The tight-knit fabric of the new Mainers families added fresh, eager work, young helping hands to many areas of Maine's economy, especially the labor, service sector, and healthcare services, and many other vital economic activities. New Mainer youth became important participants in our schools, community college, universities, enlisting new students in different classes every year. While many cities and towns around New England are losing population, the immigrant centers have helped the population numbers grow. At the same time as new Mainers adapted to a new way of life, some of the youngest members of the community have fallen prey to the more dangerous elements of society, including contact with criminal enterprises. These activities, among others, have led to a high rate of young new Mainers in the juvenile detention population. One of the challenges of new Mainers is that children serve as the cultural brokers. Parents lack understanding of how to navigate the system. When issues of drug addiction or petty criminal activities arise, parents lack access to understanding to help their children navigate the situation. In addition, young new Mainers are often incarcerated for committing petty crimes or for failing to turn up for a court date. Once an arrest warrant is issued, a youth spends quite a few days in jail, and they can easily be caught in a downward spiral. Their experience in the juvenile detention programs, specifically Long Creek, can make it more rather than less likely that they will engage in further and more serious crimes. We are particularly concerned about youth who are currently in detention who lack a reentry and rehabilitation plan at the end of their sentence. New Mainer offenders face particular barriers to rehabilitation. New Mainer families have difficulty accepting youth upon their return. The cultural stigma is such that many young offenders are shunned. A culturally appropriate rehabilitation program is urgently needed to facilitate reintegration into the community and to help young offenders find ways forward through education and the workplace. The percentage of new Mainers among incarcerated juveniles is higher than the population share of the new Mainers. In order to break this cycle and find ways to rehabilitate and help reform incarcerated young immigrant girls and boys, the community is joining hands with the authorities to help create a successful reentry program. Adequate halfway homes focused on understanding the individual need of each incarcerated juvenile, young adult, to bring them safely back to the community and help them contribute positively to Maine's economy. We would welcome an approach to juvenile rehabilitation that takes account of the social and linguistic isolation of many new Mainer families and that seeks multi-generational solutions, including family and parents. We, the people signing below, strongly support LD 963 and urge the lawmakers to pass it into the law. Yours faithfully, New Mainers community and supporters. And the first name that they had asked for support was Andrew Robinson, district attorney for District 3. They have also, including Andrew Robinson, they have 38 community members that are from the New Mainer community as well, mostly from the New Mainer community, that have co-signed this letter for your consideration. It's an extremely critical issue. Your committee does work on this tremendously, and I would appreciate your support and attention to the testimony that comes after me. And I have had a request from some community members who are testifying in support of the bill to indicate if they only have a relatively brief amount of time from their other responsibilities. Please, there are 3 people that I have seen, but if you could consider allowing them to testify earlier among supporters' testimony, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Representative Brooks, do you have the names? So
yes.
Okay, let's ask if any members have any questions for you right now.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay, that's quite all right. Any of the committee members have any questions of Representative Brooks? Senator Seaway. You're muted.
You're mute.
Thank you.
Yeah, there.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Representative Brooks, I hear you about the treatment and recovery halfway house. I think that we need those. We need resources, and I hear you about that. But I am concerned about the wave of saying the kind of the prejudicial part, because I don't hear lawyers, I don't hear DAs, I don't hear judges, and I don't hear police officers in this state being like that. And I think that it is a juvenile system is really trying to keep the kids from being incarcerated. Really, it is. It's trying to help them along. And if we had the resources, I think they would direct them there. So I think if you took the create culturally sensitive part out and put treatment and recovery in halfway house, that would be for juveniles, it would cover what we're trying to do. But what do you think on that? I just don't see it here in Maine. And I think we're creating a problem instead of actually solving it.
Senator Serway,
Yeah.
that's a very good point. I think that's something we would be discussing in work session.
Okay, I
if
mean,
it-
that's
if
up to
it's
you.
okay. Yeah.
I don't mind. I just, it's just a question
Yeah.
of what she thought about that. That's all.
Well, I just don't want it to become, this is a question and answer period, and it would turn almost into a little debate whether she was correct or you had a valid point. I think there are others who might share your opinion, and we can
Yeah.
discuss that in work session.
All right.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Brooks? I have a question, Representative Brooks. Do you have any data maybe from the Department of Corrections you can share with us as to how many will be served or how many are in need of services that you can anticipate? And when you're saying this is statewide, so it's just not Lewiston, it could be Bangor or what have you. What is your experience or your research told you about this?
I know that in population centers where there are more new Mainers, it's it's an issue. I don't have the data on how much inequity there really is, but I trust that I would strongly believe that the new Mainer population and the that there is inequity there. And I know the ACLU has some data with that. The Department of Corrections, I believe, is also testifying today.
Thank you.
So I hope that one of us would be able to bring it back to the work session.
Yes, thank you. And I'd like our policy analyst to take note of that. If it's not offered in testimony, if the Department of Corrections could give us some numbers on that and location probably. Thank you. Seeing no other members here, I will ask if there are any legislative.
Representative Lookner has his hand up.
I just saw it. Thank you. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Brooks. Was there any discussion, or is there anything in this bill? It's all administered by DOC. Are there any other agencies that will be brought in when creating these supported housing facilities for new Mainers?
We are hoping for a lot of resources available. So connecting to the treatment and recovery model and reintegration into the community is going to be very important. So if we have community resources that are available, I believe that's the intent, to have the pathways to recovery open.
And it's all under DOC. Were there any other agencies like, Department of Education or anything?
We didn't specifically point that out in the bill. Perhaps others that come after me may know, but I think we would want to mobilize resources.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Brooks, for being here and presenting this bill. Did you say that District Attorney Robinson is signed on?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
They're working hand in hand, as they said in their statement, with law enforcement and the District Attorney Andrew Robinson in our area. And I believe there is really a movement, a support for treatment and recovery, and understanding that mass incarceration is not helping. And I think if you look at those statistics as well, and I'm afraid statewide, but I believe nationally, is the mass incarceration rates among people of color, including new Mainers and other people. Like in Maine, I shouldn't go off on this tangent, but in Maine, we do say that people are new Mainers, even though they've been here for 20 years and they're really revitalizing our community. And healthcare disparities are another example of the lack of support. Some of our non-white community members face, and I think we could do better in a lot of ways.
I agree. And I just would say that data is not opinion. Data is data. And that I'm sure you've seen the report of the Juvenile Justice Task Force, of which Senator DeChambeau served on, along with Representative Morales, excuse me. And that data that shows that 23% of the youth incarcerated are youth of color is actually DOC data. It's not opinion, it's data. And so I just wanted to point that out in an answer to a previous question. So I thank you for bringing this important bill.
If I may, thank you, Representative Warren, for answering my question, but
it was Senator Searway's question.
Okay, I thought it was mine too.
Nope, Senator Searway.
Senator, sorry, I can't raise my hand because I'm on my phone. I can't figure it out.
I will recognize you, Representative Morales.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Representative Brooks, for this bill and highlighting this information for us. I think it's going to be key. I was wondering what years ago, working on diversion for the immigrant population of young people, there was a movement to try to have documents translated into the various languages so that we can improve diversion from the system. And I never followed back up to see if that happened. Do you know through your conversations through this bill if that happens at all at the sort of early side of things?
Well, from stories that have been relayed to me, the language barrier is a huge thing that makes our New Mainer population particularly vulnerable. Perhaps their parents had immigrated or other family members that they were able to come to America and have their culture and their native language, and oftentimes the children going through school and the adult school having adult education courses available, but that language barrier I believe exists, and that's one of the reasons that they're more vulnerable, not understanding the language, not understanding the system, not understanding how medical treatment can transform lives.
Thank you.
Representative Brooks, I haven't had a chance to look at the statute to see the definition of youth or juvenile justice system. I'm taking a wild guess. This would be persons under the age of 21, probably, because youth can be incarcerated up to age 21, or is it 18? Is there an age grouping of this?
It doesn't specify in the bill the definition, like with an age cutoff. But I know that the New Mainer community wanted something for the youth and young adults was mentioned as well.
All right, we'll look at that. Thank you. Anyone else? If not, are there any legislators or co-sponsors who wish to testify?
Oh, I'm sorry, could I add one thing? Would you like the name of the 3 people that need to get after the testifier?
Yep, thank you. I would ask you to, raise your hand when your name is called, please. Go ahead.
And the Abdi Fattah Ahmed.
Yeah.
Maza Mohammed. Ahmed Abdi Rahman.
Yeah.
And those were the 3 that I've been asked.
I probably am not going to repeat those in a nice way as you did. I'm sorry. If you heard your name, would you please raise your hand? I see that we've been joined by Representative Cloutier and Senator Libby. Did you wish to give testimony, both of you? All right, we shall do that. I will recognize, well, I saw, I'll defer to Senator Libby and then Representative Cludier, please. Thank you.
Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I am Nate Libby. I proudly represent all of the people of Lewiston in the Maine State Senate, and I'm here to testify in favor of the bill that's been presented to you by Representative Brooks. The development of this bill, I think, has taken the kind of course that we all would hope, which is there's been a great deal of input from a variety of stakeholders. Foremost would be leaders in the New Maynard community, but as you've heard, DA Robinson, some community service providers, and folks who work in this world, I think all contributed to this effort. I want to begin by just highlighting a couple of points. Number one, there is some precedent for a program like this. There was an article that's produced and will likely be included in the committee materials, an article from February of 2018, when the Department of Corrections opened a halfway house in the Portland area to serve youth, young men coming out of Long Creek. This was a state-funded project where the DOC engaged with a community service provider to actually operate the program. And from what I've been able to read, it has worked fairly well. And that's the model that that our group here today is seeking to replicate in large part, with the addition of some culturally appropriate considerations in how the program would be operated and who would be delivering the services. I don't have experience operating a halfway house or anything close to it. However, in the past year, I was involved in operating temporary shelters for folks impacted by COVID and folks experiencing homelessness. And given the area that I come from, Lewiston, we have one of the most diverse communities in the state of Maine. We have folks who traveled from all over the world to find a new home in our community. And on balance, the contributions made by folks from all over the world to our community has been overwhelmingly positive. However, there are significant challenges in adjusting to American life, particularly when you're leaving your home country under traumatic circumstances. That transition to American life and norms and culture and language is exceptionally difficult. And countless thousands of New Mainers in Lewiston have adapted over the more than 20 years since the first groups arrived. But in some cases, there are folks who slip through the cracks. And when you've come on the journey that many of these folks have come upon, and you're adapting to all of the challenges of American life with some significant trauma in your background, the challenges of navigating everyday life are enormous. And what we're hearing is that many young people in the New Maynard community, particularly males, are finding some less than healthy activities to engage in as an escape from trauma and all the other challenges of being a new American in our country. And as some of what Representative Brooks described, interacting with the criminal justice system, while to Senator Searway's point, I think a lot of effort is made to accommodate folks who are new to this country. There are still several steps that cause people to get tripped up, sometimes through no fault of their own, and they end up in our correction system. One thing I think that's a bit unique among particularly Somali community members is that when a young person gets involved in the criminal justice system, when a young person gets involved in substance use, when a young woman gets pregnant, there are times, and this is unique, there are times where that young person is literally shunned from the family system, literally shunned and shut out. And so for a young person who is serving their time in the correction system and is ready to come out, it is not uncommon for there to be literally no family support network at the other end. And that's really the crux of this proposal, is creating a system to help support those folks navigate the next steps in their lives to get back on their feet. So that represents my testimony. I'm in strong support of moving this initiative forward. I hope the committee will give this some consideration, and I'd be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Senator Libby. Any questions of Senator Libby? Hearing none, seeing none. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Representative Cloutier, welcome.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and esteemed members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Kristen Cloutier, and I proudly represent House District 60, part of Lewiston. I am here in support of LD 963, an act to create culturally sensitive treatment and recovery halfway houses for immigrants transitioning out of the juvenile justice system. On February 6, 2019, Governor Mills issued Executive Order 2 to reduce overdose deaths, expand treatment and recovery efforts, and begin a focus on prevention. LD 963 assists in that directive. Halfway houses provide transitional housing and treatment for individuals who have a mental illness and/or a substance use disorder. Through a structured, peer-oriented program, the staff at these facilities assist clients in maintaining recovery while moving from an intensive rehabilitation setting to increased independence and integration into the community. These programs work to address the complex needs of clients, utilizing an integrated, individualized, and client-centered approach led by staff trained in trauma-informed care, crisis intervention, and mental health and substance use treatment. To help individuals stabilize and develop goals that will move them toward the most independent, supportive, permanent living situation possible, staff and clients work together to develop individual care plans. However, the halfway houses in Maine right now do not currently offer the cultural sensitivity necessary to provide immigrant families with the security they need to trust those houses as a safe and reliable place for their children to live and receive treatment on their path to recovery. LD 963 would help to change that by requiring the Department of Corrections to work with members of our local immigrant communities to establish and provide culturally sensitive halfway house services and substance use disorder treatment, mental health treatment, education, job training and employment, and job opportunity services for immigrant youth transitioning out of the juvenile justice system. Such a setting would provide the support that these young people so desperately need to make a successful transition back into society and to reach their full potential as active members of our communities. As a representative of the second largest city in Maine, with one of the largest immigrant populations in the state, I wholeheartedly support this legislation, and I hope you will too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of Representative Cloutier? It's going to be a question, I guess. I read this again, it finally just hit me on something that the Department of Corrections will establish treatment halfway houses for youth transitioning out of the juvenile justice system. Comment, please. It begs the question, the same services are needed transitioning into the system. This is not, I would gather, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, even children who aren't of age to transition into the criminal justice system. There is a need even probably in schools to be sensitive to the cultures. So sometimes I've seen this too often that, you know, there's a disconnect from transitioning in, being in the Department of Corrections and then transitioning out and that being all the answer. Can you make a comment on that or give that some credence, I guess? Or
I mean, I'm not sure that I'm the ideal person to answer that question, but I would say that, yeah, cultural sensitivity is becoming more and more important in everything we do, not just around the criminal justice system, I would say, in general.
I'm sorry if I put you on the spot because I
Oh, that's okay.
on the spot too. I something you really have to think about, but not that I discredit this bill, but it's a broader picture. Thank you. Thank you very much. I see Representative Pickett, followed by Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Clucci. Is it Cloutier?
It's whatever you want it to be. I'm open.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much for being here and testifying. The question I have is, I understand what the goal is of the bill and all of that. And the very last sentence of the summary says the halfway houses must be funded with contributions from the Department of Corrections and with any grants, donations, and private funding received for this purpose. So when it comes to the contributions from the Department of Corrections and you being on the AFA committee, I wondered, is there any sense, and maybe this is better asked for the DOC, but I was just wondering what type of, where would that contribution, that funding through the DOC come? Would it be inside of their the budget that they have right now, or would it be external money that would be needed to be, they would be funded with more money to be able to do this? I'm just trying to find out if it's staying within the context of their budget, or they would need to find other funding to go with them to be able to accomplish this goal. If you can answer, I understand if you can't, but I just thought I'd throw it out there.
So as a very green member of the AFA committee, I would say that my understanding is that the process is that we wait for you all to pass things out of committee, and then we kind of take a look at how we're going to fund things. I would also probably defer to the bill's sponsor on what her ideas are around where the funding would come from. Again, the way the bill is written, I think that your interpretation of it is exactly correct, that some of it would come from the department itself, others would be outside funding and possibly some fundraising that gets done around that. And I'm not exactly sure what the proportion of each of those things would be.
Thank you. And I'll ask that question of DOC if somebody testifies. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Cloutier. A question around whether, as the bill's written and in your conversations with the community, whether the halfway house would be run by the community or would it be run by the Department of Corrections?
So again, I would defer mostly to the sponsor, but I will say that my understanding and through the conversations that I've had is that there would be a lot of collaboration between community organizations and community members and the Department of Corrections. And there would be a lot of input and a lot of partnership that takes place around how that gets worked out.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just add one more point? I think it's really important, and I think that Representative Brooks touched on this, to understand that this is not an initiative that any of our legislators went out and solicited. This is an idea and a concept and a proposal that came directly from community members. And so I really want to make that clear, that this is really sort of a ground up approach as opposed to a top down.
Thank you, Representative Cloutier. All right, so I will now turn it over. Please raise your hand if you wish to speak, and the three individuals that Representative Brooks named, love to have you come in and offer your testimony.
Representative Brooks, I have Maza and Ahmed, and who was the third person?
Just one moment.
Robin?
I think it was Abdi Fatah Ahmed.
Thank you.
Yes.
We'll begin. The first person I see is Maza Mohammed.
Jesus.
Maza, if you wish to offer testimony.
Yes.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Please forgive me. This is my first time doing this.
Very good.
I apologize.
No problem.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Senator Dushmal, Representative Warren, and Representative Brooks, and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to speak in favor of LD 963, an act to create culturally sensitive treatment and recovery halfway house for immigrant transitioning out of the juvenile justice system. My name is Maza Mohammed, and I am a resident of Portland, Maine. I am sharing my experience today as a volunteer for Long Creek Youth Development Center. I have been involved in helping youth in the juvenile detention center for the past few years, working with the young immigrants, girls and boys. These young people feel lonely, guilty, and hopeless. Their experience in detention go against their culture, beliefs, and what they used to know. When they are released, they feel disconnected from their culture and sense of belongings. Most of them feel depressed and worried about their future plans and goals. I work with them as mentor to help them their education and their future plans. And culturally sensitive treatment and recovery halfway house will help significantly to accomplish their goals. My experience working with youth in a juvenile justice system has led me to understand the experience of this youth. Having a culturally sensitive halfway house will help to prevent youth from returning to juvenile detention and will create opportunity for them to rebuild relationships with their families. I will create an opportunity for them to gain motivation and help them to reach their potential. It will create an opportunity for them to gain motivation and help them to reach their potential. It will be an opportunity for them to receive counseling and systemic support that can bring them back to society. I strongly support this bill because the lack of culturally competent facility has dire consequences. Speaking of families, I strongly support this because the lack of culturally competent facility has dire consequences: breaking of families, homelessness, drug dealing, trafficking. When youth are released from detention due to lack of support, they often come back to detention center. This halfway house will help them and offer culturally competent counseling, mentoring, and resources to help them re-enter the society again. I thank you so much, Maza Mohammed.
Thank you very much. Any question of Ms. Mohammed? I have a question of you, Ms. Mohammed, if I may. You said that you've been a volunteer in the Portland area with youth that have been released from, I guess, I'm guessing Long Creek or what have you. Have you had occasion to also work collaboratively with the probation officers? Have there been involvement with the Department of Corrections after release?
No.
None?
I was usually mentoring and talking to the the youth,
Okay.
and support them, guide them with their, trying to help them with the school work and to study and guide them what they wanted to do in the future plan. They're very young, like 14 years old.
Yes, thank you. That clears it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions of Ms. Mohammed? Thank you. I now will look at Abdi Fatah, I guess, Ahmed. Did I pronounce that name all right?
Yes.
There is a second Abdi Fatah Ahmed.
Oh, I got another.
Maybe there's a
there's Ahmed. Okay.
I'll bring that person over too.
Yes. Well, I don't know who, we've got 3 squares that have the same names. So who is Ahmed Abi Fatah? Who is that? Or Abi Fatah Ahmed? Where are you?
It looks like Ahmed is available.
Ahmed, I really have 3 people that I'd like to know who we're listening to. Sir, I see you, Ahmed Adirahman, I guess. Okay. And he just left. Where? No, he's up there. Yes, there you are. Would you, and I've probably mispronounced your name, but would you offer testimony, please, Ahmed?
Yes. Thank you. My greetings to you, the chair, and all members of the committee. To save time, I will try to make it a little short. My name is Ahmed Abdi Rahman. Most people call me with my first name, Ahmed. It's easy to pronounce. I am the assistant imam at Main Muslim Community Center, a nonprofit that serves the religious and social needs of the Muslim community in Greater Portland area. In addition, I am the youth educator at the center. So I have dealt with youth in and out of the justice system and before, and their families. And I have been doing this work over 10 years, but in the last 4 or 5 years or so, it has been increasing and becoming more painful to me, even personally being awareness of that. So, for example, when the teen gets introduced to the justice system, get encounter with the police, either with drug or something related to that, and they get arrested, that gives a red flag and basically sends a panicking wave to the parents and the family. They would believe this will be an endless cycle of just getting hooked to the system, and they start worrying so much. Also, in addition to that, there is a fear of shaming and a stigma from the wider community. Many times they will try to hide the problem. They will not share until it becomes apparent that you can't do it anymore. Once the kid comes back from the system, they are still suffering from the addiction problem. So coming back to the home with most times many kids, behavioral problems, the parents are not trained or they don't have the knowledge to deal with someone struggling with this problem. So it creates a chaos and the house becomes a hell, if you will, and so difficult to manage. Then because of what's going on in the house, the parents not knowing where to seek help, the kid being afraid of seeking help, it creates that tension. And finally, with the probation officer, it will be very quick that they will have a second offense, a third offense, and the cycle just gets so worse. When that happens, sometimes the parents will just say, you know what, I am traumatized, I don't have any help, I'm hopeless, I will try to save the rest of the family, and they try to move away and abandon that kid while they're in detention. So by the time they come out, there's no family here in Maine anymore. At times they will try to move before this happens. And once they try to move, the kid might say, no, I don't want to go. I want to stay in Maine. And then that does not work either. So it has been to me a traumatizing emotionally. I don't sleep very well anymore. And it has been getting worse. So anything that could be done to break this cycle and help these families, not only the kids are suffering from it, but the entire family gets affected, and the cycle will not stop. There are many parents that I know who moved out of state that call me sometimes and ask me, like, have you seen my son so and so? I'm still praying, I'm still hopeful. They're so distressed. Their phone call comes back to me, and it's hard to deal with it. So I do support this motion being discussed, and that has been my experience. And the families in here, some moved, and this cycle of the kids and the family being traumatized by this experience will be very, very difficult to deal.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing that. Any questions of Ahmad? Representative Morales, you have a question?
Thank you, Senator. And thank you, Ahmad, for your testimony. I imagine you probably are involved with the families before their children get involved with the criminal justice system. And so I'm wondering if you could tell us a little bit about ways that that you see that we can prevent these young people from going to Long Creek in the first place as well, and whether some of these strategies around halfway houses could be at the front end, where young people can go there for assistance before going into the criminal justice system.
Thank you. I am a strong believer in prevention. Many of these kids belong to single parent families, and most times they there is no that routine schedule of learning and going back and forth, and there is no I hope there could be a system that helps teenagers, young adults, especially in the summertime when the schools are closed, involve them in some kind of programs that helps them and keeps them off the street. One is they get into the system in the halfway house. I would imagine, and I have seen this, it is someone coming out of a prison system where they learned or they experienced so much more than they had before. And they're coming out, they don't have family to go to. They're afraid of the community. I think creating a space where they can get that connection back is needed. And what would that take? How would it work? I think it's some of the members of the committee said already, it's going to be a work between the state and the families and the community at large.
Thank you.
There are no other questions for Ahmad. I'm going to now recognize Abdi Fatah, I guess. Ahmed?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you, madam, for calling me. I'm sorry that I had some technical problem earlier. It looked like I was muted. I couldn't hear you. Sorry about that. So, Senator Dishal, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. Representative Warren, Representative Brooks, honorable honorable members of the committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. I'm here to speak in favor of LD 963, an act to create culturally sensitive treatment and recovery halfway houses for immigrants transitioning out of the juvenile justice system. My name is Abdi Ahmed, and I'm a resident of Lewiston, Maine. I'm sharing my testimony as one of the directors of New Mainers Alliance and a community organizer helping the community since 2003, when I moved from Maine from Massachusetts. For the past 17 years, I have worked with many immigrants, youth, their families, and I have observed that many young people in my community have had negatively experience in the juvenile justice system. I want to read for you the testimony of a mother whose son was negatively affected by the juvenile justice detention system. This story happened to a 16-year-old who used to enjoy playing soccer and a family time. Here is the mother's testimony account. We live in Lewiston. I appreciate your time today to share our family's experience. My son, who was 16 years old, at the time, made an extremely poor error in judgment. Our ordeal began with my son being taken to an adolescent and psychiatric hospital within 2 weeks of his arrest. Due to shock and suicidal thoughts in the current facility. The church nurse there said that my son was confused and afraid. He remained in the facility for 2 more weeks and was then ultimately transferred to juvenile detention center. One of the most frustrating things for me was that the court, the judges, and the prosecutors did not know my son, but they were not willing to give him this second chance that they may have given to the other kids, even if they were in the same situation or same detention. One of the most, as a parent, if you have as a parent, if we have a culturally sensitive treatment recovery options for our young people, it would be a lot easier for us. I believe that all kids deserve second chance. I hope that the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee will allow the state to have the option to let youth who are convicted in the courts and serve their sentence in the juvenile facilities that are culturally sensitive and treatment recovery halfway houses for immigrants transitioning out of the juvenile justice system. Please, passing this bill will help my son and others who have a similar situations. And thank you for allowing me to share my family story with you today. This is the testimony of the mother asked me to share on behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions of, I'm going to do it, Adi Fada.
You got it. Thank you.
Okay. Seeing none, I thank you. Anyone else, the attendees who wish to speak in support of this bill, please raise your hand and we'll let you in.
There are hands going up. I'll start bringing people over.
That's with an S. Good. All right.
I just brought over 4 people.
Okay.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
One moment, please. I am gonna somewhat arbitrarily, I looked at who came in first, I believe, was
Amina?
No, Musa Abed. Oh,
Yes,
there's another one.
Mutaz Abdul Rahim. I'll help
Okay.
you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair. Oh, well, maybe we can communicate in French, I guess. I don't, go right ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Thank you, Representative Warren and Representative Heidi, for giving me the chance, and the honorable representative of the committee. Thank you for giving me the chance to come in front of you today in support of this very important bill. My name is Mutaz Abdul Rahim. I'm one of the community members, one of the people who are very engaged with community affairs and youth affairs since 2007 in Lewiston and Portland. And I have professional experience in dealing with people with mental health for the last 14 years as well. I'm currently an area director in a social service organization that take care of people with mental health and people with disabilities. So to just make it short, I will say that the struggle of many of the youth start very naively and very innocently by trying to impress other peers, by trying to go through the peer pressure. And we know that during the ages of the teenage ages, kids are trying to be part of their environment. Unfortunately, many of them during their high school years take the turn and try illegal activities, and starting with the door of drugs, and then they move on. The story that I will mention is for a 14 years old, beautiful kid who has been an honor student, and she has been wonderful in taking care of her siblings. She loves dancing. She loves learning cooking in that early age from her mom. And when she entered high school, at the age of 15, she started mixing with girls who tried to entice her and her friends at the school. And she started experimenting with drugs. And then her grades start going down, her life start changing. And to satisfy and to find money for that, she was being grabbed by also the wrong crowd, and she started selling her kid's body for money so that she can do drugs. And at the end, she totally went into that stream. And the family, of course, started noticing that she's absent from school, and then she's absent from home for long hours. She's saying that I'm outside doing my studies with other friends. But finally, she reached the point that she came in touch with the justice system, and she was in jail. After she came back, the family will not accept her back, and the family will not support her after that time. And she couldn't find any support because the family is afraid that if she comes back with all the behavior that she's at now, that she will influence the younger kids at the house. So she was shunned, she was being taken away. What I'm trying to say is that such a bright student, such a wonderful young girl, if she had the support when she came back, and then the family also had the appropriate services to accept her back and work with her and tell her that everyone make mistakes and people can move on and correct themselves after they go on, that would have made a difference. And we might had a doctor or an engineer or a very bright scientist out of that young, smart girl. So please, I urge you to support this bill so that we can save those kids who can be my kids, your kids, or any member of this community. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would like to say, yeah, yes.
Anyone have any questions for Mr. Adel Ramin? Rahim. Good.
Close enough.
Uh,
Thank you.
Representative Morales.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. I was wondering if you had a vision for what this looks like. Is it a a standalone building, and who would be staffing it, and how does the community work with it? Just some of your ideas as you were developing this bill, if you can share those with us.
Thank you very much, Representative Morales. Yes, the idea is that to have a standing alone building as a halfway home, and I totally see it working either ways. Before getting involved with the criminal justice system, and after being through the criminal justice system, and maybe for the last year of the sentence or 6 months of the sentence, they will be referred to stay in this halfway home and get the appropriate treatments and appropriate services to get the re-entry process easier on them. I'm talking about kids who has never held any responsibilities, who has their own traumas from their past if they came with their parents, who are having many untreated mental health issues or PTSD issues from their past, and they come to deal with a totally new society and totally new environment, and they go through a lot. So when they make that mistake, that blind their eyes, they need guidance into seeing and knowing that it's okay to make mistakes. We all make mistakes. What defines you is not the mistake that you are making. What defines you clearly is how you deal with those mistakes, and you pull yourself up and you go ahead and you succeed a lot, regardless of what you have done at a mistake. So this house will be staffed by people from the community so that they know exactly how the system works. And I'll give an example. We have our group homes. The group homes in Maine is a place of treatment that overseen by the state, and it helps bring services for the individual who need it and keep them safe and keep the rest of the society and community safe. And those are staffed by well-qualified, licensed individual. And because I'm associated with this field and I have been working in this field for 14 years, I know that I can say, safely that 80% of the staffing comes from the New Manus community. So we have those who are qualified to be people working 24/7 to provide services and make those individuals or those kids in the halfway home safe, as well as keeping the community safe. And also having a partnership with organization, mental health organization, organization that can provide work support, working with the education system, with the schools, so that those people are finding a way back and navigating back after what happened to them, and giving them the help they needed, give them the counseling that they needed, so that they are out of this trauma, and this trauma is not affecting them or affecting the people around them. Also, as a community, as a cultural brokers in this and part of this treatment journey, we will work to mend the fences between them and the family that disown them. And that's great, because now they will feel that they belong again, and that will help them, start fresh, start a new page, and continue with this support. Honestly, this cannot be done unless we collaborate with the authorities, unless we join hands so we can reach that goal. It cannot be done with the community. I work a very busy job and I volunteer on my spare time, but I cannot do this full time. We have to have people doing this full time through the tools and what we have in the community or we have in the system, so that we can.
Yes, excuse me. Yes, we have many more people coming. However, I am impressed, and it's obvious you are a collaborator and a community service worker for over 12 years. So you are a wealth of knowledge, and I'm sure you'll be tapped. So thank you very much. I have a question. If you wanted to add one last comment, that would be appreciative also, or else I do have a hand up from someone who has a question. Okay. All right, Senator Seaway.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just one question for you. I didn't know if the federal government has any funding to do such a treatment center. Seems like it's where it's, trying to incorporate before and after for treatment and help, and it's understanding the culture. It could be almost a federal program throughout the country. So I'm wondering if there is federal funds for that. Have you heard or anything?
Thank you, Senator. In fact, I do not have any knowledge of that, but there are many federal services available through Department of Health and Human Services for treatment, for counseling, and I'm very familiar with many services that can be provided through DHS, Department of Health and Human Service for these group homes, which is, as Representative Heidi has said before in her testimony, it's a collaboration between all services that are available now, just streamlining them so it can serve this purpose, so that it can be put to a better use, so that we can do the prevention part as well as the treatment part if we are not successful at the beginning. And I think there are enough services available right now to cover most what we are asking about. And also at the end, how much that is too much to save one person from losing their future or being a good member of the community, how much the value of it. So I think these are needed services. This project, as Senator Libby was mentioning before, or I think Senator Coltier, is that it came from the society, from the community. The members of the community ask us, the grassroots, to work on this because it's a necessity. It became an essential need for them to save their families and save their kids.
Again, Mr. Elder, we'll move on. I'm sorry, but we really have a lot of people online, so please stay there.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you, Senator Seaway. I now will recognize Amina Mohammed.
Hello, everybody. Can you guys see me?
Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Senator DeChambeau, I'm sorry if I mispronounce your names.
No, you did it right. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Representative Warren, Representative Brooks, and a honorable member of the committee. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to testify today. I am here to speak in favor of an LD 963 and an act to create a culturally sensitive treatment and recovery halfway house for immigrants transitioning out of juvenile justice system. My name is Amina Mohammed, and I'm a resident of Lewiston, Maine. I am a member of the community, and I have been working for the last almost 9 to 10 years and with families who have been involved, and I have been involved in helping the families and young people who are struggling to find their way. I'm a cultural broker, and I'm also interpreter, and I have seen people who experience in firsthand, like who have been traumatized and the stigma that comes with it. So it's been very, very difficult to see how people struggle and disengagement that happens. And I am so supportive of this bill. And I really appreciate, and I hope this will pass.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your work also. Any questions for Amina? Seeing none, again, thank you, and thank you for being patient. So I will now direct to Alice Cornwell.
Sorry.
Go
Here I
ahead.
am.
Yeah.
Yes, Senator Deschambault and Representative Warren and Representative Brooks and honorable members of the committee. Thank you for letting me testify today, and I'm here to voice my support for LD 963. My name's Alice Cornwell, and I'm a resident of North Haven, Maine. Last year, I worked closely with the New Mainers Alliance, who sponsored this bill. And I just want to say this is the first bill they've sponsored, and I think that shows the importance of the issue. This is the first thing they wanted to work on after organizing for voter registration. Going door to door and registering new Mainers and providing voting information was really rewarding and inspiring. In many of the encounters, I found myself speaking to adolescents or young children who stepped up to translate for their parents. Pride in their children shone from the eyes of the parents, and a sense of competence came from the children who were able to interpret. But I could imagine the immense challenges these youngsters face, coming from families with little English or exposure to American culture and the whole fabric of life here. It is a potentially rich, but not always easy task to bridge two cultures. And I could see the huge responsibility on the shoulders of these kids. If our voting system and even the act of voting and even the right to vote is foreign, I can't imagine what it's like for these kids and families trying to navigate the criminal and justice system. Tragically, as a report from the Center for Children's Law and Policy found recently, a large percentage of youth sent to Long Creek are sent there for minor misdemeanors, and often simply because they failed to show up for court. I don't think this should be allowed to happen. Small, culturally sensitive halfway houses, and I think the word culturally sensitive is not supposed to be against law enforcement or police officers. It means culturally sensitive to the immigrant cultures. So it's not a slight on anyone. It's just about understanding where these kids are coming from. Anyway, these halfway houses for immigrant kids transitioning out of the juvenile system is a common sense step that focuses on rehabilitation and reintegration rather than on punishment and detention. These houses would allow kids to begin the road to recovery near their families and in their communities. They'd provide linguistic and cultural translators and social work support for families, and as well as treatment for substance abuse and mental health problems. Eventually, I would hope that all young offenders might be sent to these houses, not only before or after entering the criminal justice system, but instead of being detained, and that our whole idea of juvenile detention and punishment might cease to exist as the way it is now. Of course, the state or this committee or the community needs to ensure proper funding and careful oversight for the houses. And as an artist myself, I just think things like art and the access to outdoor activities and a very bright, sunny architecture is something that should be considered.
Ms.
So
Caldwell?
start with a really good start. Thank you.
Okay. Just a little bit over, that's okay.
I couldn't see the clock. I'm so sorry.
No, we do, no problem. Any questions for Ms. Cornwell? See none? Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much. And good luck with the bill.
Okay. Does that conclude anyone wishing to speak in support?
I see another hand, and there's also a phone number ending in 9193. And maybe I should let them speak so we can find out which bill they're here for. And I'll be bringing over two more people.
Okay, do we also have a number of people wishing to speak in opposition or neither for nor against? I'm trying to determine, Ms. Fahey, at some point, if you would try to contact Senator Daughtry, who's going to be next. It seems like it might be another 20, 30 minutes. I'm not sure, but thank you. I am still in the process of recognizing people who are wishing to speak in support. Ms. Blackford, do you wish to speak in support? Go right ahead. Kate Blackford, thank you.
Thank you so much, Senator Shimbo and Representative Warren
Yes.
and honorable members of the committee. Thank you so much for letting me testify
Yes.
today in support of LD 963. My name is Kate Blackford and I serve as the Public Policy Director for the Maine People's Alliance. MPA is the largest community action organization in Maine with over 32,000 members across the state. Our mission is to create a world where everyone has what they need, contributes what they can, and no one is left behind. MPA strongly supports LD 963, which would, as you know, establish a new residential treatment and recovery facility for first and second generation immigrant youth who've been involved in the juvenile justice system. And as you have heard from the many families and community members who've spoken already, who've been directly impacted, Maine is in urgent need of culturally responsive residential treatment and recovery programs to help reintegrate young people from immigrant backgrounds into our communities. This bill would follow a model the Department of Corrections is already familiar with and uses with the Opportunity Center. And by setting up a partnership with an organization that has the cultural understanding, treatment expertise, and the trust of the New Mainer community, LD 963 would address specific barriers to rehabilitation, supporting young people in navigating their ways forward through education and the workplace. The ultimate goal, I believe, of our juvenile justice system is to support young people as they manage the challenges that they face so that they can move forward in achieving their full potential. And when a growing number of Maine youth are instead confronting homelessness and other really harsh conditions, we all lose out on their talents and gifts, and their families often face tragedies. The Maine People's Alliance strongly supports LD 963. And the steps it takes towards leaving no one behind. And I urge you to vote to pass. Thank you so much for your time. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any,
Yes.
well, I don't have to ask the question. Representative Lookner, you wish to ask a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Blackford. Did Maine People's Alliance discuss whether or not DOC was the most appropriate agency to administer this program?
Maine People's Alliance is following the lead of the New Mainers Alliance on the content of this legislation. And so we really defer to their experience and in their preferences in terms of how this would be administered. I believe that they were looking at the way that DOC works with the Opportunity Center as the primary model of how to structure the transition and to support the staffing of the halfway house, but having it be run by a community organization instead of by DOC, but the funding and the official agency support comes from DOC.
Okay, so the New Mainers Coalition sort of drafted this, and okay, I'll look into that. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Blackford? Seeing none, thank you. I thought there were other people that wish to speak.
There's a phone, someone
Yes.
here on the phone.
Yes, this is Salih.
Could you please identify yourself?
Yes, my name is Salih Abdi Samad Mahmoud. I'm living in Lewiston. I think would like to I work with the Islamic Center. I'm the Imam. I'm the leader of the community. I deal, family problems. I deal the youth problems. I know a lot of things going on in the community, and I think a couple years ago I told some of the members if they can do this program, and it is very important for us to get if it's possible this program. I visit the jail in Auburn, or maybe every time when I get time. Me and another sister Zimzum, and we sit with them. We talk. When they come out, we know what they face. There's a lot of problem they facing, I know a lot of problems. The families also suffering. Their kids when they come out from the jail. There is, the other kids also in the family, and there's also, they can't stay together in the house. It can make, the people when the kids when they use the drug, they do, their mind change, their behavior, everything change. So there will be a big problem sometimes. They can do something, and so you can single mother, or most kids here, they don't have some of them fathers, single mother, working and taking care of 10 kids or 7 kids. A large families is here. So they can't, handle, this, it's very big problem. Just what I want to say, this is a small city. I'm living in Lewiston, almost 10 years, more than 10 years. And I think, I see the situation, how it's changing. A lot of families run away from this city to another cities, from the drug problems. Some of them, they get better. Some of them, they still, maybe, they have same problem. But, some of them, they get better, and I know, some of them, I want to say, in Maine, now, the kids, they dying to eat, the drugs, bills, that they eating, they dying. And we burying every time here now. And it will be worse after a couple of years, and the jails will be full. We need to do something, and the government help, for the community. That's what I want to say. I'm supporting this program. I appreciate, who organized and everybody who is in this meeting. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you. And you did exactly 3-minute time, and you did a good job. And I thank you for helping those young people coming out. Thank you very much. Any questions? Okay. Don't seeing anything. Thank you very much. I now will call on Marian Mohammed.
Hi. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk today. I am here to speak in favor of LD 963 and an act to create a culturally sensitive treatment and recovery halfway house for immigrants that are transitioning from the juvenile justice system. So I live in Scarborough, Maine. I am sharing my experience as a community leader who has worked with youth and parents within the Lewiston and Portland community. Many times we hear from both the youth and parents feeling like they cannot be heard or find anyone who understands their experiences. There is very low trust with the authorities and resources out there for them. Immigrant youth need the support system, that they are culturally sensitive. That is something that needs to be changed, and I support this bill.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions for Miriam? Seeing none, I thank you again. Are there any others in the attendees room that wish to speak in support of this bill?
Mr. Abdul Rahman has his hand up again.
We have enough right now. We really, if he has any comments to make, he can send it to us or speak with the sponsor maybe. I'd like to just move on to anyone wishing to speak in opposition. Are there any hands up?
I'm bringing Colin O'Neill over.
Okay, in opposition? Along with that, anyone who wishes to speak neither for nor against, please raise your hand and we'll bring you in. Mr. O'Neill, we will recognize you. Please give your testimony.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, and Representative Warren and other distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. I am Colin O'Neill, Associate Commissioner of Juvenile Services for the Maine Department of Corrections.
Okay.
I am providing testimony today in opposition of LD 963. The Maine Department of Corrections understands and appreciates the desire for this bill and agrees wholeheartedly in the positive power of recovery-based housing. However, we oppose this bill for a number of reasons. First, if passed, this bill will require the Department of Corrections to establish at least 2 halfway houses, one for females, one for males, exclusively for immigrant youth or youth whose families have immigrated to Maine, transitioning out of the juvenile justice system. Currently, there are 4 immigrant youth at Long Creek, 2 of whom are children of immigrants and 2 of whom were born outside the US. This is not enough to justify setting up 2 community-based residences for this specific demographic. The majority of juveniles transitioning out of Long Creek do not require residential transitional level of care before returning to their families. Many juveniles are ready to be back home, and the Maine MDOC supports juveniles going to the least restrictive housing option. That said, it's important to note, as this committee is aware, that the Department of Corrections Division of Juvenile Services is committed to developing community residence for youth who are currently under DOC's custody and who require this level of transitional care. Which brings me to the second reason for this opposition. The MDOC has already committed to operating 2 community residences, one for females and one for males, in South Portland and opening soon in Auburn, respectively. We don't exclude based on other demographics, as this bill would require, so not as to be in violation of the Equal Protection Clause. These 2 DOC-run community residences will enable youth to live in a staff-supervised community residence, receive education, job training, job placement, and treatment services, all of which the bill seeks, while finishing their supervision with the DOC. Further, the Juvenile Service Action Plan that was announced in February details the strategies of the department to lessen the reliance on institutional secure confinement for youth in our purview, including racial and ethnic disparities training for staff, use of youth advocates and credible messengers to connect with immigrant youth and their families. In closing, the MDOC applauds all those working across Maine to ensure immigrant youth and other youth have safe and secure housing that addresses all the individual's specific needs. We look forward to continuing our work with leaders in the immigrant community, youth advocates, and other invested in ensuring that all justice-involved youth experience a fair, equitable, and responsive juvenile justice system that provides them with positive outcomes. This concludes my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. Questions for Mr. Collins? Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. Have you had conversations with the group that lead to the understanding that these would be separate facilities?
No.
I see that they are requiring separate for girls and boys, which we do, which is in your plan, but culturally sensitive I didn't read it as mean separate. I think it means culturally sensitive. So I may be missing something, but you haven't had any conversations with the sponsor. It's just an assumption.
Yeah, I'm assuming that they were separate houses for immigrant youth.
Okay. We'll have to get to the bottom of that at the work session. But I would like to say for the record that we can do culturally responsive and should be doing culturally responsive all the time. That doesn't mean separate. So we'll have to work on that together. and especially with the information that was brought forward about the Opportunity Center. Mr. O'Neill, I think we'll want to talk about that as well. And knowing that there is a lot of funding right now in Long Creek, it seems like this might be a way to bring a lot of these situations together. So I'll want to know the answers to those questions as well. Thank you for being here.
I'd like to echo what Representative Warren was saying, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. O'Neill. You have briefed us on the two housing that are earmarked for the department. I support what Representative Warren suggested, in that we have just learned and heard from almost a dozen workers, people who have helped their own community for the past decade or so. I see this more if there should be a meeting of the minds or what have you. That's what I'll be discussing. I just wanted to share that I think there is room to accept, especially the new Mainers Alliance or people that are doing this work in the community. And I would hope, and I suspect, and if you had discussions on this, I wish you'd share it with us, that the Commissioner of Corrections and yourself would welcome these people to be workers and service providers within the Department of Corrections program. Am I correct in assuming that, or where would you go with what you've just heard in testimony today?
Oh, the testimony was compelling, and I took note of the folks that were testifying, and definitely will be outreaching to those organizations in collaboration, not only on making sure that we're meeting needs for this level of care, but as Representative Warren talked about, it should be from intake to aftercare. And so, we want to make sure that we are culturally competent from the beginning to the end. And so we are definitely taking note, and we'll be looking to increase our collaboration with these organizations.
Okay. And Mr. O'Neill, I would also say it's intake, even beginning in the institution. And I see you nodding, and I think you realize what we've missed a chance if while they are, quote, confined, that we're not even touching them or approaching them. Once that door opens, it should be a step forward. Thank you. Anyone else in opposition to this bill?
Sherman Hutchins has their hand up.
Yes, if someone wants to come in, please bring. Mr. Hutchins, that's is that the next bill? Mr. Hutchins?
We had reached out to Maddie, I think, we had told Senator
Yes.
Daughtry that she
Yes.
could have yeah.
I know. All right, let's finish this one. Anyone in opposition or neither who wish to speak neither for nor against this bill?
No hands.
Okay, seeing none, I will close this meeting on LD 963, and a big thank you to everybody who testified. This was not easy for a lot of you, we know. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Brooks.
Yes.
Senator Doherty is already also here.
Yes. Representative Hutchins, you had a bill, and you do have a bill, but we called in Senator Daughtry, and so we're going to proceed with her, and then we'll go back to you. If I'm sorry, you're going to have to wait a little longer. That shouldn't take too long. I would like to call upon Senator Daughtry to join. There she is. Thank you. The next bill we're going to discuss and is
Senator?
Yes.
Senator, I'm sorry, my hand's up. I'd like to ask Jane for information on the previous bill before we move on to the
Okay.
next. Is that okay?
Yes, of course. Go ahead.
Sure. Jane, I was just wondering, in terms of seeing as the Department of Corrections was opposed to this bill and that they do provide culturally sensitive services, I wanted to know how many staff members they have that do provide culturally sensitive services, and if they could describe those services that they provide throughout their system. Thank you.
Thank you. And so we've got 1040. After this bill, we will be going back to LD 893. So we have 1040, and the title of the bill is an act to require diversity, equity, inclusion training, or implicit bias training for school resource officers. And we have the presenter is Senator Daughtry of Cumberland. Welcome.
Thank you, Senator, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Senators Deschambault, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Can everyone hear me okay? My internet's been a little bit.
Yep, it's good.
My name is Maddie Daughtry, and I am the state senator for Senate District 24, which includes the towns of Brunswick, Freeport, Harpswell, North Yarmouth, and Pownell. And I'm pleased to present LD 1040, an act to require diversity, equity, and inclusion training or implicit bias training for school resource officers. Last summer, I, like so many people, was inspired when folks all across Maine, the United States, and the world came together and marched for racial justice. These events, prompted by the killings and murders of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Jacob Blake, and so many more, underscored what many of us knew already, that we must do more as a country and as a state to address issues of systemic racism. In the Maine legislature, I believe it is our duty to address racial inequity and build a more inclusive society so that all of us can realize our shared common goal of an anti-racist society. LD 1040 is one attempt among many this session to advance racial equity as a state by rooting out implicit bias. I understand that the use of school resource officers has become controversial in some communities, especially with their renewed focus on racial and social equity and concerns that many parents have raised in the wake of horrible, tragic events of last summer and beyond. LD 1040 does not wade into the usefulness of school resource officers or their deployment in our public schools. And I know that in many of our districts, our SROs are beloved members of our school systems. Instead, this bill simply states that any districts that wants to utilize school resource officers must require that person to participate in a training either in diversity, equity, inclusion, or implicit bias. My goal with this bill is to look ahead to the future and to prevent bad examples from happening. LD 1040 will support our students and families by making sure that we take the appropriate steps to recognize and address racial bias. LD 1040 is designed to require all school resource officers to complete said training during the first year of their service. You'll notice that LD 1040 is intentionally vague in that it does not specify a specific program or training, and instead leaves the specifics open as long as there's some training in the set area during this first year. This is on purpose because these trainings are under development. We want to be able to leave the flexibility within the bill to have stakeholders, really working on best practices and not be, having prescriptive and restrictive language, and instead allowing for, quality development of trainings and practices. Whether or not a school district decides to hire school resource officers will still remain a local decision, with local school boards determining how best to meet the needs of students. This isn't the first bill this session that seeks to address aspects of systemic racism in Maine, nor will it be the last. But I do believe, looking as a whole, LD 1040 is a necessary step and tandem that we take in order to support all students in Maine. The bill would also make sure that any school resource officers in our schools are equipped to address issues of implicit bias and diversity, equity, inclusion, and help them have, the resources they need to put their best foot forward. Thank you for the opportunity to present this bill, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Senator Daughtry. I have Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator, for submitting this bill. Are you familiar with what the school resource officers do at this point and the training that Maine Criminal Justice Academy requires every year for training?
Yes, and this I would see would work in tandem with that, what they're already receiving within that training as well.
Follow up.
Yes, go right ahead.
This past year, as you are aware, I'm a certified police officer. We did training this year in LGBTQ community, racial profiling, hate crimes, anti-bias training. And this has been a thing for the last 2 or 3 years with the Academy's 40-hour a year training every year. So I think they're getting this training as a police officer, not only as a resource officer, but as an officer that's working the street. It's both getting this training.
Absolutely. What I would add is, so this is sort of a sister bill to what we're discussing over in the Education Committee. And what we were looking at was making sure that all, staff and educators have access to this training as well. And so our thought in bringing this bill forward in conversations was that training is going on, and I am particularly sensitive for how much training our not only police officers, but school resource officers are having to go through. I mean, it's the same thing with educators as we think about all the different demands on them as more and more things come through the pipeline. But what we thought was the most important thing was making sure, this is a crucial aspect. If you look at what's going on in our country and the world right now, this is something that is necessary and needed. But how do we make sure that everyone who's working within the school, whether it's, the guidance counselor, our school resource officer, or, our educators, how do we make sure that they're having access to similar, equitable training across the board, specifically with DEI and implicit bias? So definitely, defer to all of you. You are the experts in this. I mean, obviously, Representative, you are living this every day. This is your area of expertise. And so I, of course, defer to you and your experience. But the hope and the larger goal was making sure that we could have this access to this training for everyone in our schools.
Thank you.
I appreciate, Senator Daughtry, what you just said, because you probably have come close to answering 3 questions I had for you. I appreciate that you said this is a sister bill with education, because I was thinking the school resource officer is one person in that school building. The schools I'm familiar with do have a policy for required training of the teachers. Do you think, however, rather than the academy and what Representative Costain just said, some of the courses that they teach, that it seems to me, I was in my community a police commissioner when school resource officers were first placed in my community. The first thing they said is they have to abide by all the school policies. So if it was a school policy that the teachers were required to have this training, and I think many of them do, it sounds like it would be best if the school resource officer was receiving that same training with the teachers, since they work with the same population. Have you thought of that as an alternative?
Absolutely. And that's, I think, sort of the end goal, but also in deference that your committee of jurisdiction is typically the one dealing with school resource officers. And because of the additional training that the good representative also mentioned that they're going through, my thought was having this conversation in 2 different places to figure out the best outcome was the best way to start this conversation. So maybe it is, finding a way to make that cohesive across, statute as well as our committees. The other thing that we're dealing with right now with sort of the sister bill in education is currently the first proposal, we're drafting it, we're looking at recertification, tying it to recertification for teachers. But we realized the issue was, it's not just the folks who are teaching our classes, it's everyone, from the folks who are making sure that our students are well fed in the cafeteria to our school bus drivers. So we're trying to find the ways to navigate that. But I would agree that's something that I'm amenable to and would like to find a way to make possible. Because having those conversations as a team and as a community together are so crucial.
So you would not be opposed if there was a friendly amendment that said if it's offered in that school system, that the school resource officer would be involved in that, and that would suffice the training.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm just thinking outside the box here. Representative Costain?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you have a bill number, Senator, for the bill in education?
Yes, I was literally just pulling up to make sure I don't give you the wrong one, but I do believe it's LD 633, but let me just double check. Do, 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 do. We actually just heard this. Yeah, it's LD 633, and we just actually went through the work session. I think it was either yesterday or Monday. So,
Thank you.
of course.
That's great, thank you. I now see Representative Morales followed by Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Senator Daughtry. I was wondering about sort of accountability measures, and I see where you're trying to get at with the training aspect, and I also hear Representative Costain, and we know from the Criminal Justice Academy the work that they're doing to provide trainings. What we don't know is the effectiveness of the trainings in terms of the numbers of arrests. And what we do see, particularly in the juvenile justice system, is there is that disproportionate contact with children of color that continues. And so just wondering what bill potentially we could include there for accountability measures.
Absolutely, and thank you for that question, Representative Morales. Would absolutely be amenable and happy to explore accountability measures. And I think this also goes, this is what we were sort of struggling with as the whole. I mean, obviously you mentioned mechanisms that we could use within school resource officers to be gauging the effectiveness of this training. But, you know, how do we do that for, you know, the entire school building is one of those things that I'm sort of keeping in the back of my mind, but be absolutely amenable to accountability measures that are built in there, or just any way to make sure that, you know, this training is meaningful and actually making a difference and not just another requirement on our hardworking staff.
Right. And just a quick follow-up, Senator, if I may. Senator DeChambeau.
I'm sorry, I muted myself while I was talking. Thank you. Go ahead.
I think I hear what you're saying, Senator Daughtry, too, about accountability measures regarding like suspensions and expulsions for teachers. And I could see kind of these both in the same vein. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I think that is definitely one aspect for that area. But I think, you know, this is part of the reason that, you know, I wasn't prescriptive in describing the training is I think our understanding and our ability to, you know, have those accountability measures will be shifting as we're paying more attention to this issue and giving it, you know, the attention it rightfully deserves. And so I think there'll be, you know, not just those aspects, but there'll be other elements that we're just becoming aware of to really gauge the effectiveness of this on both the educator side as well as SROs. Hope that sort of answers. I think that's more of the overarching, not easily answered, but kind of at the crux of making sure that this works.
Great, thank you.
Of course.
Okay. Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Senator Daughtry. So this was obviously a big issue in Portland over the summer, and the city voted to end contracts with school resource officers. And I'm just wondering, are you aware of research that demonstrates that implicit bias training is actually effective at reducing police contact with youth of color? Is there research is there anything backing that up?
So I've not spent as much time looking at the implicit bias training specifically on SROs with policing with children of color in our schools. I am aware that I have read some, but I would not say that I have the level of expertise to talk about it. But I will say my goal on this, I know, you know, Portland's vote to end their contract is if we are going to have school resource officers within our areas of education, we should be ensuring that, you know, they are having at least this baseline and so this equity, like I was describing, across all staff within our school building. So that's where that was coming from.
Gotcha. Yeah, and maybe there's somebody else who can answer that question better. I appreciate it.
This is one of these moments where I'll defer to the experts potentially coming after me to testify.
Okay. Seeing anyone else? All right, I will ask the public. Is there anyone who wished to speak in favor of, in support of this LD 1040?
I see Grace Levette.
Okay. And anyone else who wishes to offer testimony neither for nor against, please raise your hand and we will bring you in. Welcome again, Ms. Levitt.
Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and members of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Glad to see you all again. My name is Grace Levitt, a Spanish teacher on leave from Greeley High School, serving as president of the Maine Education Association and our 24,000 members. I'm speaking on behalf of our members in support of LD 1040. School resource officers, our SROs, have been in schools across the country for decades, but they really began appearing in many of our schools in Maine, primarily in response to tragic school shootings and other really serious safety concerns. In many cases, in addition to potentially adding to the security of our schools, if they should be faced with such a horrifying situation, some SROs have also provided schools with an additional adult. Sorry for the phone in the background. We still have a landline. My apologies. In addition to providing another level of security for our schools, some SROs have also provided schools with an additional adult to whom students can turn for support and guidance. But depending on a student's previous interaction or even a family member's encounter with law enforcement, the mere presence of an SRO might actually re-traumatize a student who has already suffered from an adverse childhood experience, known as an ACE. So the debate over whether schools should even continue to have SROs can be a heated one, with valid points on both sides. The issue is a controversial topic, we know this, but in school districts across the nation, including here in Maine, there are many views on this. For districts that decide to continue to have these positions included as part of our schools, we must ensure that the people filling them are trained in, at a minimum, issues regarding diversity, equity, and inclusion, and most especially in recognizing and addressing implicit biases. If not, we may be imposing more harm than good, even if unintentionally. Earlier this week, as Senator Daughtry, the sponsor of the bill, referred to, the Joint Standing Committee on Education and Cultural Affairs held a public hearing on LD 633, a proposal that, if passed, would call on the Maine Department of Education to amend its rules to require diversity, equity, and inclusion training for all certified educators as part of becoming recertified. And as also mentioned previously, really the entire staff of the school needs to have this training, including our school resource officers. And it needs to be ongoing. I know this bill calls for it in just the first year, but I do think it's an ongoing process. This is not the type of training that can just be a one and done. At a minimum, this training called for in LD 1040 is a step in the right direction to ensure that schools that have SROs are doing what they can to create the safest and most welcoming learning environments for all of Maine's students. So we urge your support of LD 1040. I'm glad to answer any questions, and I very much appreciate your time. And I do not have a familiarity with research on the effectiveness, as was asked by Representative Lookner a few minutes ago, but I'm going to be looking some things up. But I think a lot of these trainings are fairly new. And as Senator Daughtry mentioned, some are being developed still. So it's still sort of a new area, but we'll look for that research.
Thank you, Ms. Levitt. Any questions of Ms. Levitt? Seeing none, thank you again.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak in support of this bill? Mr. March, are you here for a different bill? Or?
No, ma'am, I'm here for 1040.
Okay, all right. So I don't see anyone else who wishes to speak in support. I now will ask anyone wishing to speak in opposition of this bill. Anyone wishing to offer testimony neither for nor against? All right, Mr. Marsh, go ahead. Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you, everyone, for allowing me to be here today. Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. My name is Noel March, and I'm the director of the Maine Community Policing Institute at the University of Maine at Augusta. My professional background includes, in part, leading school safety initiatives while serving as the campus police chief for both the University of Maine as well as the University of Southern Maine. I speak today representing University of Maine at Augusta in offering testimony neither for nor against regarding LD 1040, an act requiring diversity and inclusion and equity training or implicit bias training for school resource officers. The Maine Community Policing Institute, MCPI, at UMA is a new statewide resource providing education, training, and technical assistance for the public and the police who protect them. The emphasis of community-oriented policing focuses upon community partnerships, local problem solving, trust building, police accountability, and organizational change. The expertise of our UMA faculty and MCPI staff includes providing training in diversity, equity, and inclusion, implicit and unconscious bias, cross-cultural competency, crisis intervention, mental health, family violence, and hate crimes. UMA delivers this programming statewide through our network of 10 centers from Saco to Holton and a robust online system of distance education. As the MCPI director, I have witnessed firsthand the dynamic and evolving education needs of law enforcement officers in Maine and nationally. Many of our historical issues regarding systemic inequities, cultural change, underrepresented and vulnerable populations, as well as the continued presence of hate, bias, privilege, and power, all reflect learning opportunities for school resource officers, SROs, that can inform perspectives that are more enlightened and thus yield more professional and satisfactory performance from our officers. A well-selected and well-trained SRO is an educator first and an enforcer last. As role models for setting standards of rights, respect, and responsibility within the school community, the SRO can play an important part with the interdisciplinary teams that lead secondary education in Maine. Should the 130th Maine Legislature enact LD 1040, the Maine Community Policing Institute and the University of Maine at Augusta would stand ready to support the delivery of this important curriculum in partnership with certification from the Maine Criminal Justice Academy that promotes diversity, equity, and inclusion, or any other support that this committee deems appropriate for the University of Maine at Augusta to provide. That is my testimony. I'm happy to take questions, and thank you.
Senator, you might be on mute.
Ms. Morales, that's a new hand. You wish to ask a question?
Thank you, Senator.
Or-
Thank you so much for the testimony, Mr. March. And I'm just learning about the Maine Community Policy, is it Policing Institute? How new is that? When did it develop and how big is it?
Interestingly, Representative, the Maine Community Policing Institute was first created here in Augusta in 1998 through a federal grant from the Department of Justice, and later funded by the Maine Legislature through surcharges on court fines of criminal and traffic revenues. That sunset and was, as many things happen, put to rest a few years back. I've been hired in this past year by the president of the University of Maine at Augusta to reconstitute and restart the Maine Community Policing Institute, and of course seek grant funding and other opportunities to partner and to sustain education, training, and technical assistance here in Maine and beyond as needed.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you're starting it up again. I see. So if you're going to be doing the education and the training that you talked about, would you be likely contracting that out at the start, or do you have the staff to do all of that training?
I'm pleased to report that we have the staff and the faculty who are all subject matter experts in this very topic that have curriculum and content And we have the capacity through distance, online, or in-person training to deliver this. I deliver this topic myself in other parts of the country. I too am a subject matter expert in DEI and community policing and community engagement topics. And we're thrilled to bring any of this as needed to our Maine police officers and agencies and our communities together.
Thank you, Senator. I have one more question, if you'll allow me.
Yes, go ahead.
Wondering how I asked this question of Senator Daughtry, the sponsor, because when you read the research around training and then when you measure outcomes, sometimes there's a disconnect there, particularly as it relates to the topic we're talking about today. And I'm sure you've read some of that as well. Do you have suggestions for accountability measures that we could actually get the desired outcomes that we would hope to have? I mean, which I think, just to name them, is to reduce the disproportionate impact the criminal justice system has on people of color?
Sure. I think that an approach might be, since you ask, is to consider a climate survey, because not every school and every school community and mix of staff, personnel, faculty, and such are the same. And not every school, of course, has a school resource officer. But a climate survey, sort of before and after, to determine the value. And some of it is just simply going to be anecdotal. But I can stand here absolutely assured that any of this cultural competency education or training and awareness that a police officer can avail themselves of, or a teacher or a healthcare provider, to better understand their patient, student, citizen population in providing this human service, this public service, is only going to benefit the interaction and improve the interaction. If there were to be some sort of a climate survey around trust and confidence and those other factors, as elusive as they can be, and then measure it a couple, 3 years down the road, 36 months later, perhaps that would inform us that this was a helpful investment in police and faculty and staff training. As we all know, Maine is changing and we have to change with it. And I think we are, and this is just another opportunity to do so.
Thank you very much.
Certainly.
Thank you. I now have Representative Pickett, followed by Representative Luckner for questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Marsh, for being here this afternoon.
Yes, sir.
In your testimony, the next to the last paragraph, I was really enlightened to see and glad to see this in your testimony, that a well-selected and well-trained SRO is an educator first and an enforcer last. Then you go on to say, as role models for setting standards of rights, respect, and responsibility within the school community, the SRO can play an important part of the interdisciplinary teams that lead secondary education in Maine schools. In your experience in talking with police officers and SROs, would you agree that a person who takes on that duty as an SRO, that's what their goal is when they go into that role, is to be a role model, to set the standards of right, to respect the responsibility with the school. And all of those things are why an officer does it in the first place, because they want to get better at what they do. And so I would expect that these officers that are in that position, that have the opportunity to have the training even now in the Maine Criminal Justice, or the Maine Criminal Justice Committee, organization, but also to have this opportunity as well to better themselves, to do their job better, and to be exactly what you said in that paragraph. Has that been your experience when you talk to these individuals and see what they think about their role as a SRO?
Yes, Representative Pickett, thank you for that question. In general, the public expects to be respected, to feel safe, and to feel protected. That the general public, as well as our students in our schools and faculty and staff as well. Police officers have an obligation to lead by example. Positive, credible, integrity, principle-centered example. As the police chief of the University of Maine, I'll draw upon that example. What I would tell the officers at that camp, that's the full-time sworn police officers at the University of Maine in Orono, they have the opportunity to model for some 12,000 students what the relationship of trust and support and credibility and communication can be between police officers and the public, such that students come away with a frame of reference, not television and not social media, or not their iPhone, but a genuine face-to-face relationship of trust and confidence with a school police officer that will set the tone for their understanding of the role of police in society when they go on to secondary education and adulthood in their communities. And that's, you don't have a second chance to make a first impression. And when these police officers in our schools are face-to-face with our students, I got to say something as well, and I'll stop. The Representative Pickett and committee, a school resource officer shouldn't be sort of the last person who's getting ready to retire and it's just a place to tuck them away, or someone that isn't well suited to be in that environment. It's a true specialty and we can't blow it. And I think the school superintendents and principals would agree, and I would hope that our police chiefs and sheriffs would select appropriately and allow the schools to have the say on who gets placed in their building, and have the veto authority to remove them and replace them if necessary. So I'm going beyond your question. It is the opportunity that quite often doesn't exist in the community at large. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nolan. And you're right. I think when the SRO system first started, that was kind of the feeling at one point of a person had been through the road and this was a chance to go on and extend their careers. But I think that mindset has changed, and these people that go in there into that role, they go in there for a purpose. They really want to build bridges with these students and stuff, which ultimately makes a better relationship for them and the students, but also a better opportunity of being more successful out in society when they get out there living on the real streets. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I have Representative Luckner, followed by Representative Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. March. You sound like the right person to answer the question that I had earlier, and I think Representative Morales was touching on it a little bit. Just, especially, I'm interested in this idea and, the trend towards community policing, and I'm just wondering if you can provide this committee any research that demonstrates effective methods of decreasing the racial impacts, the disproportionate racial impacts that policing has on racialized communities. So and if implicit bias training is effective at reducing those instances. If you have any research, I'd just be thrilled to look into that.
Thank you for the question, Representative Luckner. So the Muskie Institute, a school with a Color Institute, recently published a research document on SROs, and here in Maine. I would encourage you to avail yourselves of that as you're interested in this topic, if you haven't done so already. So that's a 10,000-foot question you've asked, and perhaps in another setting we could dig deeper into it. But I will say this, that all kinds of conflict and disparity, whether it's racial or understanding and appreciation for gender identity or any other manner of cultural difference within a community, once better understood by our police officers, as well as our teachers and our letter carriers and the people that work at the town office, the better understanding we have, and that comes through education and experience, A, and B, the personal relationship, the first name basis. I recognize you and I spend time building understanding, seeking first to understand before being understood, and working on those investments of relationship and trust building. That can happen in a school, and it does over and over and over again. I think about the vulnerable population. I think about the kids who were bullied and the trust that they are able to build and the confidence and the peace of mind they're able to enjoy having a police officer they know close at hand in the school setting. Again, as I said before, I'll stop there. But community policing begins with partnerships, and that's relationships of trust. And a community policing committed officer seeks allies and building that and brokering relationships to be more effective. And that's when conflict reduces, when we know one another, when you break bread with one another, without sounding too corny. I mean, that's those are some of the ingredients of a peaceable coexistence in any community.
Thank you for that response, and I will look to that Muskie report, and any research that you can provide again would be really helpful for me.
I'll see if I can find that and provide it to the committee so you don't have to go digging, Representative. I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
Sure.
All I did was Google it and it came right up. It's
Okay,
only
good.
2 years old, yeah. Representative Warren?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. March. It's good to see you again. Thank you for
Hi.
being here. I speak from a little bit of personal experience. Although I am not a person, obviously, of color, I am a person who was raised in a place and in a family and in such a way that police officers, when I was in school, they were not my pals. I did not feel safe around them. I did not feel comfortable around them. And I'm a white girl from Pittston, Maine, but that's my reality. And that's my reality because I was also a bad kid, right? For a lot of reasons that was happening in my own personal life. So we also know, and you know, as the director of this policing institute, that although we want to sort of pretend that everybody thinks that officer friendly is in the school, it's just not true. It certainly wasn't true for me, and it is absolutely not true for Black and Brown Mainers. You know, as this court case happens in Minnesota and is the backdrop, and we can't forget about that. You know, these kids don't feel safe, so we can't just pretend that that's true. So what do we actually do so that we're focused also on the kids like me or other kids that it's not achieving the goals that we've been spending a lot of time talking about here? And obviously you aren't someone who's going to deny that those things exist, because you've put in your testimony, right above the piece of testimony that Representative Pickett referenced, you put many of our historical issues regarding systemic inequities, et cetera, et cetera. So I really need to know, what are you doing to recognize that this idea isn't true for everybody? And what are you doing as a director to try to help fix the situation of SROs in our schools? Because we know it's true. Many people want to deny it, but it still exists regardless.
Well, thank you for the question and the statement that I agree with, and I support, and I honor your experience in that, Representative. I'm going to answer you by saying, not answering what I'm doing, but what we're doing. Because it does take a community, it takes a village to do this kind of work, and it takes a commitment to, one, be open to the changes that are needed and acknowledge the problems that exist, and then circle our wagons around that. And all these, a lot of metaphors I'm saying, but what I am doing, what we've done here at the University of Maine at Augusta, has just created a brand new certificate in community policing, certificate in community corrections, that lead to a certificate in criminal justice management, which is all based in the principles of community policing. It is our hope that we can continue to promote, engage for citizens, not just our police. The police are the public, and the public are the police. We have a shared responsibility to one another. But we need to know how. It's not that the community is apathetic. They just don't know what their role is and how to. My hope is that we can pull these pieces together and offer some encouragement, some enlightenment. As you know, our Community Policing Institute is partnered with the Maine Municipal Association, the Maine Chiefs, right? And we're doing some virtual town halls that hopefully people have some dialogue started. It's a journey, it's not a destination. Sorry if you use my hand so much, I kind of get passionate. Police training, here's one thing. In Maine, I'll offer this up as food for thought. Maine is one of those states that most, if not all, I'm not even sure, but I think most police agencies require only a high school diploma or a GED and be able to run a mile and a half in 12 minutes, have a clean background and pass a polygraph, psychological, and so forth. This education piece, I think, is overlooked. And education isn't everything. Common sense, character, all of these other qualities are, of course, critical for a good police officer, a good public servant. But gosh, our nurses and teachers are licensed professions that require at least, nurses, at least an associate's degree plus a lot of clinical, and bachelor's degrees are preferred. Our teachers, bachelor's degree minimum. There was a time when to be big and brave and strong were the important qualities of being a good police officer and a firefighter. That's still true for firefighter. It's not the case anymore for police officer, where you have to be a guidance counselor, a marriage counselor, homeless intervention specialist, a drug identification, on and on. And all of it needs more critical thinking, problem solving, communicating, team building skills. I'd like to see education be a requirement of a license for police officer going forward in this state, at least an associate's degree. We're creating, matter of fact, an associate's degree in community policing, very specialized. So I'm taking too much time. I'm grateful for the opportunity to stay on the stump here with this committee, who I know is very tired. We're talking about DEI education for our SROs. We have that curriculum. We can actually build that curriculum specifically for school resource officer environment and that work, and be happy to partner up with Maine Chiefs, Maine Sheriffs, and the Maine Education Association and educators around sort of best practices and how we can create something maybe new and even better than other states may already have. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very helpful. I appreciate it.
Well, I appreciate the work of this committee. Thank you, Representative.
Representative Morales, do you have another question?
I do. Thank you. And thank you, Senator. And thank you for referring to the SRO report from the Muskie School, because I've read it extensively. And I think you would probably agree with me. So I'll ask you, would you agree that components of safe school environments also include school counselors and psychologists and nurses and those folks who you said are trained with the educational background to be able to support children? Is that, you would agree with that? 200%.
It's an interdisciplinary, I've used the term before because it's a national term, a co-produced approach to public safety and public service that it's like the Knights of the Round Table. Everybody brings their superpower to this very complex and critical role of education, K through 12. It's my wife and I, we have kids in school and value the custodian and the food service folks as much as the school nurses and the superintendent and our school resource officer as well. So yes. Yeah, this isn't a one-off. Our police need to be a part of our communities, not apart from them.
Having read the report though, would you also agree that if a school doesn't have the sufficient number of those important mental health pieces to it, that should be filled first before they think about filling and spending the taxpayer dollars on hiring an SRO?
Representative Morales, if I were a superintendent and I had to triage where my priorities were for my public dollars, I would start with teachers, and then the other paraprofessionals and professionals that all come to bear. I don't know that I would necessarily say that the SRO is the last on the list, because at the very least, a strong, trusting, right there relationship with our local police chief or state police officer that works that area, that has to be a resource that we have connected before we need them. And not every school has or can afford the school resource officer. Those that do, I would hope, have good guidance counselor, school nurse, physical education, music, and art in place first.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. This is going longer than I expected.
Preach. Senator, you're muted.
Okay. All right. Anyone else wishing to speak in support? Let's, on school resource officers, before I forget what we're doing.
You're in neither for nor against.
I'm up to, did I do oppose?
Yes, you did. Neither for nor against was where Mr. March is.
Anyone wishing to speak neither for nor against this bill?
I see no further hands.
Seeing none, I will close this meeting on LD 1040. Thank you. Thank you all. I now will go back to one we skipped this morning, and that is LD 893. We have Representative Hutton, who is here, and his bill is an act to enable motor vehicle technicians to safely disable breathalyzer starter devices. Welcome. Where is he? Did I see him? There he is. Welcome, Mr. Representative Hutchins. Would you please give us your testimony?
All right, thank you very much. You hear me okay, I hope?
Yes, very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and members of the Criminal Justice Committee. This piece of legislation that I was asked to put in, and I think what emphasized it for the one or two people that talked with me about it was the past year of the COVID-19 infection has kind of put a point of emphasis on airborne infections. However, this has been an ongoing problem for a number of years, even though you will probably be told today that the procedure exists to disable these devices. That information has never been properly advertised and put out. One of the people that came to me actually works for Moody's auto repair facility, which is probably the largest auto repair facility in the state. So a place like that you would think would have known about something like this. So this bill may not need to be a new law, but can be used to make existing law and procedures workable. Safety is my goal, and also the intent of the technicians tasked with repairing these vehicles. I would ask that you have a prompt and serious action on this potentially dangerous existing risk to our friends. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative Hutchin. Is anyone here, any of the members wish to ask a question of Representative Hutchins? So am I led to believe, Mr. Hutchins, especially you mentioned Moody's Collision Center. So a car is, let's say, in need of repair. And the owner of the car apparently has the ignition interlock device.
Right.
There are only a few, I believe, either they're licensed or what have you, right? That can touch that, even install it or remove it. Am I correct in that?
Well, in this particular case, the gentleman that I talked to from Moody's moves several of these vehicles a month, he tells me. So it's not uncommon. And I was also called and told by people in the industry that there are safety precautions taken to allow people to turn these off. But this gentleman that does this 3 or 4 times a month wasn't aware of it, which means the law that was passed to help protect these technicians wasn't well thought out or carried out, one or the other. And so we may only need to do a better job of advertising the procedures that are needed rather than actually do a complete new law on it.
Okay, I probably am misreading this then. I will defer to if anyone else has any questions right now. Does not apply. Okay. Wow. I'm not sure if I understand it completely.
Senator, we can work more on the depth of it, maybe
Yes,
in the work
I know.
session. Maybe we could take testimony and that might clear it up.
Yep, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think I'm just reading too much into it. I will ask if anybody, none of the members here seem to have a question. Is there anyone here still in the waiting room that has wishes to provide testimony in support of this bill? LD 893.
No hands.
Okay. Anyone in opposition to this bill? 893.
I see Linda Grant. She's on my testimony list.
Okay. Ms. Grant, if you are here, we'll bring you in. Is she here, Ms. Fay?
Just a moment. I think she logged off and came back in. I'll try once more.
Okay, thank you.
Well, there, see, I've been here all day and now the internet goes down, right?
Okay. Welcome, Ms. Grant.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Linda Grant, and I am a resident of Monmouth, and I am also the Director of Driver License Services with the Secretary of State Bureau of Motor Vehicles. I'm here today representing the Bureau, speaking in opposition of LD 893, which is an act to enable motor vehicle technicians to safely disable breathalyzer starter devices, and to further provide some information regarding Maine's Ignition Interlock program. So currently Maine's Ignition Interlock program is an administrative, it's strictly administrative and it's strictly voluntary. It provides for early restoration from the maximum suspension term if a person installs an approved device for the remaining term of a suspension. For example, the first offense, OUI, has a suspension length of 150 days. Early eligibility is after 30 days with the installation of the device as long as they maintain it for the remaining term of suspension. And they obviously have to meet all of their restoration requirements. There are currently 3 manufacturers or vendors. We kind of use that word interchangeably because they manufacture as well as provide the device, and they use 34 installation locations statewide. Those locations have installers that are trained and certified by the manufacturers using the current rule that we have in place. some of those facilities, or most of those facilities, they're trained and they're certified to install those specific devices for those specific manufacturers, but they also may interchange and be trained in other devices. Of those 3 manufacturers, 2 of those, have a code provision that they do provide, and the other has a disconnect process. And these codes or this disconnect process is provided for repair situations. This is all information that is explained, and the documentation is provided to the customer when they are onboarded with that device. So this becomes the responsibility of that driver, of the person who's required to maintain that device, to know how to use, how to operate, and when to obtain this information. So the use and the care and everything necessary regarding their vehicle is the customer's responsibility. Currently, Chapter 8, Rules for Ignition Interlock Devices, is the rule of the Secretary of State that establishes the testing, certification, and installation requirements for such devices, as well as the driver's eligibility requirements for restoration. And these were all developed following a national model best practice, as well as following the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration guidance. The Secretary of State is not in a position at this, we're not in the ignition interlock business, and would not have the ability to furnish every repair facility a code or procedure. This is left entirely to the manufacturer, who has the working knowledge and the understanding of their device. And as mentioned, this is a process that is already in place. Further, an employer or an owner of a repair facility is not responsible and would be exempt from any provisions of the sections as outlined in 2508 of Title 29. And with the testimony that I provided, there is also a section of the rule, Section 9, subsection 8, that clearly outlines driver violations and who is responsible for any violations of that device. So thank you for your time, and I would certainly be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions of Ms. Grant? I want to ask you about those violations. That's a part I forgot about. So these 34 locations are the ones that are installers or what have you, and I think they calibrate them or something.
That's correct.
They're able to see, now, maybe for the public, these installers are able to see if that had been tampered with. I mean, this is somewhat of a privilege for someone who's picked up for an OUI. Absent this program, they've lost their license for 6 months, period. And this allows them to continue working, driving, they breathe in. And so if someone violates, does that violation go to the Secretary of State and they could pull the, the breath analyzer?
That's exactly correct. So those devices, someone is required to have that device on the initial installation. They have to have it recalibrated after 30 days, and then it's every 60 days thereafter. So when they go in for their recalibration, that's what the installation facility is looking at. They're looking to see if there's been any tampering, because Maine does require a visual review of the device, of the wiring and all of that. And the reporting is downloaded. It goes back to the manufacturer and we receive reports. So the manufacturer, based on the rules, is required to download and report within a timely manner.
Do you know, Ms. Grant, when this program first started?
Ooh, the very first time. So it actually, it went into effect quite a few years ago. And then in 2000, I'm going to say 8 right now. I should know this off the top of my head, but I think it was 2008 where it was introduced, and it's expanded. It's gone through some changes over the years, but it wasn't for all offenses, and actually a fourth and subsequent offense was mandatory. But now There's been changes to that. So right now, everyone has the opportunity, if they choose to have the device installed, it does give them early restoration relief, as you indicated, for getting out of their suspension a little bit earlier.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize Representative Costain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Grant, when you say calibrate, does that calibrate to the person that license is suspended? Or what would prevent somebody else from blowing into that unit?
The current devices that are used in Maine, the driver is always the person that's responsible for everything regarding that device. So if I have a device installed in my vehicle and you use my car and you blow into that device and there's any sort of an error or anything, any detection of alcohol, I'm actually going to be accountable for that. So at this point, because Maine does not use anything, any cameras, any devices that have cameras installed in them, it falls back on the customer actually, and they have to prove that that was not them that caused that, reading within that device. Our vendors do have devices with cameras, but they're a lot more expensive. So we have found, and we don't require it. And we've really had no problems with the types of devices. They're all National Highway Safety certified. They have to meet national standards in order to be used in the state of Maine. But again, if someone were to do something to my device, I'm going to be responsible, and it would be up to me to prove that I'm not the one, that may have registered something within that device.
Follow up.
Yes, go right ahead.
So if I'm the offender and I've had something to drink, but you haven't, and I have you blow it, that doesn't mean I can't drive the vehicle, correct?
Well, that's right. If you get, there's subsequent or separate laws that are used or could be imposed, but that's right. It would be just, someone would have to get caught doing that. So you're right. If you were to blow into my device because I'd been drinking and you hadn't, that is circumventing the device, which is against the law. And there are sections of the law that support that, but that would be a law enforcement. Someone would have to.
One last question, Senator.
Go ahead.
So this bill, why would we want to pass this bill? I'm a little confused. Can you tell us about what this bill actually would do differently than what's going on right now?
Well, I think, and Representative Hutchins and I had that conversation. I mean, it really doesn't support anything everything is already in place. The customers, unfortunately, don't, that customer that went to Moody's, for example, didn't have the information to Moody's that, this is my vendor and you need to contact, Moody's should have contacted the vendor and gotten a code, because codes are very easily and very readily available. So it's already in place. The Secretary of State is not in a position to provide codes because we aren't in the device business, but the manufacturers certainly are. And, and I think we did talk a little bit about the fact if, I'm sure our vendors could provide more emphasis to their customers if we feel they're missing, some segment of their training, but they are trained, they're onboarded with a serious amount of information, and maybe that gets lost in some of their onboarding. And we certainly have the ability to reach out to our vendors and say, maybe you could ramp up your repair information to just let your customers know that there's things that they're responsible for if they take their vehicle to a repair facility.
Thank you.
Representative Hutchins, I'm going to ask if there are any questions of the members first, if you have a question. Anyone else? Somewhat, you would think I know too much about this, but remember where I worked, that I found it interesting, and to follow up what Representative Costain was alluding to. Yes, a friend of yours can blow into it so you can make it home. You have to continue blowing into it every so many miles So if you're alone in that car, I've had occasion to listen to stories where the car just stopped in the middle of the highway because you had alcohol in your breath and you blew into it. So it's very well regulated. Also, there's a cost associated with that too. So I will.
Madam Chair, we're still in a public hearing.
Yes, yes. I was just going to ask if someone in the community or the waiting room wishes to speak in support.
I see no further hands.
No further hands. Anyone in opposition? I'm sorry, Ms. Grant, you were in opposition, so I apologize for that. Anyone wishing to speak neither for nor against? Thank
Again,
you.
no hands.
Yes, seeing none. I think this concludes our hearing. Ms. Warren, you have something you wish to share, mention? No? The hand was up. We will see you again, Mr. Hutchins. I think next Wednesday will be the work session, Ms. Overton. I'm correct in that? Oops, you're muted. Oops, you're muted.
Sorry.
Okay.
Next Wednesday, 1 o'clock.
Okay, Mr. Hutchins, you can join us then.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so that concludes our full day of LD 852. And for today, we have another meeting on Friday, beginning at 10 a.m., a nice long meeting. So see you again in a couple of days. See you Friday, April 9th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.